Good evening. Welcome to Fantastic Dimensions. This is episode 7 of the Hell's Heart Lamentations of the Flame Princess campaign. So, get straight down to business. Andrew, I believe you were going to do the recap of episode 6 for us.
All right, so imagine, if you will, there's this huge pirate flag flying the image of a claw. And in the background is this evil-ass pirate music just banging out across the ocean. Last time on Hell's Heart, Captain Claw fell ill, and Mr. Silvers, took temporary command of the Devil. On our way to the Spanish Main, we came across some tribal warboats, poorly equipped I might add, and caught in a storm. We left one stranded at the outset and crippled the second outright. Having both overtaken, we took the crew as slaves and towed the better of the two ships. Enduring slavery song here while they row. Dom made his wages that day, I promise you. Soon after, we crossed Aurelia's Wrath, a ghost ship commanded by a pirate badass with a perchant for Dutch posers. Myself, Mr. Silvers, ordered we cut the towed ship and make back to Tortuga, where we always end with our tail between our legs. Roughly half a day out, though, we changed our colors and our minds. Putting up a British flag and re-decaling the ship, we headed back towards the Main, hoping to pull a sneaky Pete over on the Aurelia's Wrath. Bang! Bad call, motherfuckers! A trap was sprung with a stranded British ship luring us in and being booby-trapped with barrels and powder and shrapnel. While we skulked around the British ship, my precious baby, the Silver Devil, was sunk with extreme prejudice. Then the British ship went kaboom! Shaken and heavily disturbed, the crew sullied forth, heading towards the island where we saw some British scallywags make to by dinghy. With murder in our eyes. Murder, I say.
Excellent. Very good. So I want to welcome Troy back to the group. Welcome back, Troy. He's got a new character he's going to be playing today. So he's one of the 12 of you on this large lifeboat that you managed to salvage. So real quick, just tell us your character's name and give us a quick description of him.
Certainly. His name is Henry Hawkins. He goes by the nickname Hawk. He's a British heritage. He worked in the Navy, the British Navy, for years, but has flown under the pirate flag for a couple of years as well. He's quite slender in build, gaunt in face. Even though he spends so much time out in the open seas, he actually seems to be quite pale, pasty, one could say. Looks a little unhealthy, generally, but he is quite quick and sharp-tongued, and he's also quite slippery, so it's hard to find out and catch where he is at any given time. He seems to be always shifting from position to position, hard to keep track of.
Excellent. Very good. And I see, Clay, that you have a full name now for Dom. The funny thing is I was listening back to episode 6 today. At the one point where we asked what your last name was, you said you didn't know. And I just thought in my head that it was Vega.
I'll have a full overlay here. I'm working on to go with that shortly.
Excellent. Dominic Alejandro de la Vega. Very good. You said it would be really long and heavily Spanish, so that works. Okay. And again, obviously, Captain Claw, Sean, is going to be absent for this session. Maybe he'll be back for the next session. Not quite sure yet how soon he'll be back, but we look forward to his return. So, quick weather checks, actually. Andrew, go ahead and roll D6 for me, will you?
Yes, sir. I got a 1.
You got a 1. Okay. So as you're rowing away from the wreckage of the Silver Devil, you can see storm clouds off to your left. You decide to double pace the rowing as much as you can to try to make it back to the shore before a storm comes in. Being stuck out here in a lifeboat in the middle of a storm would be disastrous again, I'm sure. So you guys will see. It was morning when the trap was sprung, so it's going to take you several hours. It's going to be well into the afternoon. Anyway, we'll say maybe a couple hours past noon. By the time you actually arrive, you can see the islands ahead of you. Now, there's actually 2 islands here. Crooked Island is the only one that was named on my map, but there's actually another island closer to you, right beside Crooked Island, known as Acklin Island. And I think what I'll do here is I will try to, yeah, I'll do a quick screen share so you can just see the general shape of this island. Let's see here, I want to screen share that. And, oops, that's not the one. That's the one, there you go. So there, you can see Crooked Island is this kind of larger, the fatter island at the top here. I got, okay, this is a modern map, so ignore the airport symbols. Whereas Acklins Island, I'm sorry, is this long island here off the southeast. And you are approaching from the south. So you'll see ahead of you, well, you'll see this little tiny castle island here, and then you'll see the form of Acklins Island. There's mountains along the eastern edge of it, and it's largely covered in trees. And there's nice beach all around as well. As you're approaching and the sky is darkening from the storm, you will not see any sign of the English boats, at least not here. That storm's getting very close, and the wind is kicking up. The waves are picking up. I mean, this little lifeboat, I shouldn't say little, it's large enough to hold 12 of you comfortably, but with all your equipment. But this lifeboat is just like rocking up and down. I mean, sometimes you're looking at like 10, 15-foot drops nearly off the waves. It's getting pretty treacherous. Some of the sailors aren't looking too well. Davy, the cabin boy, he's already hurling over the side of the boat with number one holding him by the back of his shirt so he doesn't fall over the side.
Do we know where this is in relation to Tortuga or any civilized places?
Yeah, you're several days out from Tortuga.
Do we know if these islands are colonized or not?
Yeah, you're a good couple of days, 2.5, 3 days, say, from Tortuga. Well, the Bahamas, you're basically in the southern Bahamas, and the Bahamas are under control of the English. So, but you're not seeing any signs of civilization from here at the moment. You don't see like any buildings or anything else of that sort. Although, as you get closer, as you are, I don't know how you want to approach. Do you want to try to approach the first little island, Castle Island? Do you want to go for long Acklins Island, or do you want to try to go around that? It'll take a lot more time though to go around that up to the actual Crooked Island itself.
Didn't we find a map? Didn't Dom find a map last time on the ship?
Dom, did you find a map on the merchantman? There was a map there yet?
There was, I believe.
Captain's quarters?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a fuse.
I grabbed all of the papers that were on the desk and stuffed them in.
Or you
the
did, yeah.
Yeah, you did. Oh yeah, because Dom was down below searching the hold. That's right. So Dutch, you have the map from the English ship. It is a map of the Bahamas. So
I think Dutch would have produced that immediately, just dumped all the papers out, and even though he's injured, he would have already been trying to set an example for the few remaining men, and he would have been rowing. I think we had one oar and an improvised oar. He would be working away, and but the map would have been offered up then.
Yeah, I would be manning a set of oars as well, as best I can in my weakened state. You see me sweating and leaning over as much as I'm actively rowing. Definitely need to make landfall quickly, I say, the Silvers.
Sure. What I will do then is I will share real quick. Let me pull back up Facebook. I'll share this map with all you guys in the group chat so you can look at it individually if you wish. Hell's Heart.
While Dutch is rowing, he'll say, what say you, Silvers? Should we make for that the Castle Island a little closer, or for the mainland straight away?
Silvers is standing all creepily at the front of the boat, and he's got this piece of driftwood he took from the wreck of the Silver Devil, and he's whittling it down to what looks like a spike. And he has a snarl on his face, and he says, quicker we get to land, the quicker we can kill those English bastards.
Silvers, you still have your spyglass too.
Yeah, I do.
Dutch will just lean into the rowing without a verbal response and try to get to land as quick as possible then.
Okay. So are you going for
I think the mainland is what we were thinking there, to get to
Going
where
for-
the Brits most likely would have been.
Yep, that's
Acklins,
Silver's. Yeah, that'd be Silver's plan.
Acklins Island, or do you want to go beyond that up to Crooked Island? I can tell you that Acklins Island is about, am I getting this right? Yeah, it's pretty big. It's about 20 miles long, Acklins Island.
That's a half-day sail, sir, or roll, sir, to get over to Crooked Island. How's our provisions? And I look around the boat to see what we're dealing with water and food and just basic necessities.
You guys are pretty short, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think we go for the closest island, but not the little island at the tip.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense because then you'd have a long swim or row to get back to the main island. So you're going to go for the southern point there. If you look at that map of Acklins Island, like I said, I know that's a modern map, but somewhere there around like, what's it, South Bluff kind of area, something like that. Probably be a good place to land.
Spot us a place to beach there, Captain.
Yep. Take her in, Mr. Hawkins.
You're going to pull out your spyglass and have a look and try to find a good spot?
Yep, I will.
Okay.
Certainly.
When you do that, you will see smoke, a little bit of smoke in the distance beyond that particular spot where you're headed. You think it's actually a really large amount of smoke, so you're thinking it might be like a beacon fire or something.
So I will snap it shut and put it down on the loop on my hip and say, "Fortune smiles on us once again, lads. Looks like the British are setting up signal fires close by."
Yo-ho, Silvers, yo-ho, and he rows on.
Yeah, if you had to guess, you'd say that it's probably a few miles further up the island where that smoke's coming from. So
We should approach by land, sir.
Yeah, we want to go to the spot you picked out and then ambush them.
If that signal is seen by us, it will be seen by the Brits as well. They'll send someone. This is their island, after all.
yeah, as you're looking, I mean, you just see the smoke just starting to rise, so you figure the fire is very new. And at this point now, after he's kind of spotted it with the glass and he's mentioned to you guys now, it's starting to grow, and you'll kind of get a visual of it from the boat. Although it's getting harder to see as the wind whips around and it's starting to rain.
Don't worry, Mr. Hawkins. We'll put out the fire with their blood.
Come on then, Dutch. Put your back in it. As I say that, you see me strain against the weight of the whore in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see every muscle in my little scrawny arms tense as I try to keep up with the much larger man who's rowing with much more ease than myself.
Mm-hmm. Maybe to give a little bit of balance, maybe you have the actual proper oar and Dutch has the improvised oar that Ronald pulled out of the water, the piece of wood from the hull of the Silver Devil.
That's not easy to propel a boat of this size then. So I'm definitely struggling.
Yeah, it's okay. You're managing, though.
A little rum would make this go a lot quicker, as he's paddling away with his improvised oar.
Silvers will turn around and sit down and start banging his foot, trying to give you guys a cadence.
Nice. Yeah, you guys will make the beach there, like, what do they call that area on the map? It was South Bluff or something like that. Yeah, South Bluff. So you'll make the beach there without too much difficulty. Everybody probably feeling a bit seasick just from the tossing waves, in this little lifeboat. But you'll be able to pull up onto the beach and get out, and you can drag the boat ashore if you wish. Do with it as you will. It's raining pretty heavily now at this stage, and the wind's blowing harder. You think you're in for a really nasty storm this day?
Stay with me, Dutch. We'll secure the ship. So
Yeah,
we'll definitely tie it to the closest palm and maybe even flip it over if we're able to, upside down basically, so it doesn't get caught by the waves.
yeah, right up to the tree line if possible, probably.
Don't
Okay.
call it ship.
It got us here safely, didn't it, Ronald, sorry.
That's true. He takes the oar, that improvised one, and puts it under his arms. He'll carry it around. He'll
Okay.
keep it.
A keepsake from the Silver Devil.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. Yeah, you guys can flip the boat. No problem. You got plenty of people. There are a dozen of you. Probably it's probably a pretty heavy, lifeboat to carry that many of you. But I'd say probably a few guys would be all it takes to flip it over safely and lay it upside down and secure it to that tree. You may even want to try to weigh it down a bit with some rocks or something you can find on the beach or something, or maybe just so if the wind really kick up, you don't want it like blowing over or smashing up.
I'm not particularly strong, but I am quite bright, so my character would take some rope and loop it around some rocks and create a cradle for those rocks and kind of anchor it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea, Mr. Hawkins. Use all the rope now.
I come out of the woods and I stand there stoically. I'm kind of acting like I am confident going forward, but the reality is I've completely lost my sense of bearing and have no idea which way the damn smoke was. As I'm standing underneath the trees, my sense of direction is pretty abysmal.
Yeah, and you won't be able to really see the smoke here from the tree line, of course, so because it's obscured by trees.
Yeah, Silvers is gonna push you guys as hard as possible, like a cruel slave driver. Let's get that signal fire out.
Dominic will turn. Yes, Capitan. And he's happy. He's got kind of an evil smile on his face. He's hefting his bag. Every now and then he'll look inside, lock it up, put it back on his back. Whatever you want, sir.
That's right. You rescued the treasure, didn't you, Dom?
Yes, I did. I've got rations, I've got rum, and I've got gold or silver, so I'm happy.
What a good quartermaster you are.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys start marching through the trees, through the woods here.
It's a slow march with a focus on sneak. We want to try to stealth up there.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to bushwhack through this stuff? Is it thick enough for us?
Yeah, you will have to probably cut your way through. If there's no trail going through or anything, at least no man-made trail, nothing, no.
Any way we could do this quieter, Captain? I have this rusty saber in my hand, ready to start hacking at these palm leaves and bushes and undergrowth.
Let's try as much as you can.
Alright, start swinging my saber, cutting through. Also trying to look for an animal trail, but I know that's never going to happen, being that I grew up in the city and I've never really spent any time in the bush before.
Mm-hmm.
Dutch would tread close behind Hawkins as he's cutting a path with his saber.
Okay. No problem. So it's kind of slow going. And, of course, the cutting does affect your stealth plans, but you figure you can probably stop. Is your plan to just go straight through the forest along the length of the island, or do you want to try to get to the other side, to the northern side where the shore is, where you'll have more visibility, and then kind of travel up along the shoreline?
Now, when I was looking with my spyglass at the smoke, did I see any mountain peaks near the smoke?
Let me look at the map here real quick. There were a couple of mountains between you and that smoke, yes, but it looked like smoke was well beyond them, you're guessing.
How about the elevation of the hills?
Oh, the little mountains themselves?
Yeah, and from our approach vector, are we going to come with them being downward, or are they going to be above us?
Um, currently, like if you continue kind of northeast, you're going to come eventually. See, within a few miles, you're going to come right up along the kind of foot of some of these hills. These mountains will be on your right, okay, and on your left would be kind of going more towards the northwest shoreline. Now, you think the signal fire was probably around halfway up the length of the island on the kind of north shore. You're guessing it's probably about 10 miles from your current location. Does that answer your question?
Trekking through this forest, this jungle is a good idea, Captain. Maybe we should have landed further up the shoreline.
Well, given the status of the storm right now, you're pretty sure you wouldn't have made it that far.
I'm tired. I'm talking just from the fatigue and exertion of cutting through this thing. I'm kind
Silvers will turn around and take the spyglass and act like he's going to smash you across the temple with it and say, "Silence, Hawkins! Always negative. Save your negativity for the British."
bite my lip, swing some more.
Yeah. So it's now storming really, really heavily. There's thunder and lightning, and the rain's coming down pretty hard. Being here in the kind of jungle forest area, you're not getting as wet as you would be out in the open. But of course, the rain's going to drop down through the trees anyway, so it makes for pretty miserable. And also, given the lighting, it's even though it's afternoon, it seems like it's going into dusk.
How far is that a mountain that's halfway? 5 miles from it, I would guess.
Let's see here. So okay, like I said, within a few miles, you come up along the foot of some of the mountains, and then they'll continue on your right for a couple of miles. So yeah, it would be about 5 miles total to the kind of last mountain. And you think if you get there, you can go up top there if you want. You should be able to get a good view.
Yeah.
If you can climb it, okay?
Yep, that's Silver's plan. Go to the base of the final mountain.
Okay. So you're going to have to trek 5 miles here through this jungle. It's going to be slow going, just with the poor conditions and the fact that Hawkins has to hack his way through using his saber. So normally you could travel. Normally that would take you about a quarter day to travel or so, maybe a little less than a quarter of a day. But this is however, because of the slowing down, it's going to be pretty much early evening by the time you reach that mountain. And so you will have seen these mountains on your right that you came up with after the first couple miles, but you keep on kind of walking along them until you can get to the last one. They're tree-covered mountains. They're not extremely high. They're not like big peaks. So they have trees all the way up to the top of them. They're kind of more like big hills in a way, But, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Silvers isn't even going to try to climb up them. When we get to the base, he's going to say, "All right, let's set up a temporary camp here for an hour or so and rest, and we can discuss our ambush plan. In the meantime, I'm going to take care of that fire. And I'm going to pull off my bandana and my buff coat and walk over to the mountain. I'm going to cast Rock Speak."
Isn't the rain going to do that itself, sir?
No. This is a large fire, a signal fire. Rain won't put it out. Perhaps would have stopped it from starting. You ever spend any time in the country, Hawkins? Do you know of fires?
I fear not, sir, but I know rain, wet, fire. They don't usually go hand in hand, sir. What do you have planned?
Hissing, perhaps, like a light wind, but no, it won't put out fire. Hawkins, go help them with the camp.
Very well,
And,
Captain.
I'll cast Rock Speak.
I actually don't even return. I kind of like hide behind a tree and just watch Mr. Silvers do his work.
Okay.
heard more stories. I haven't really seen him doing his magics yet, so I'm kind of intrigued by that a little bit.
So, Rockspeak, what exactly are you going to create?
I want to create a huge stone bird and tell it to go land on the fire.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This book has a spell index with page numbers as to what page the spells are on, but the pages aren't numbered.
Oh yeah, my plan too is to expedite it, so I have to roll for an earthquake.
Okay then. And you wanted to make a large bird, you said?
A large stone bird that I think could land on the fire and squelch it out.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
Yep, I caused an earthquake.
You rolled a 1, huh?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it happens, but there's an earthquake.
Yeah, okay. Let's see then. Earthquake, shall we? Everybody make non-magic saving throws.
Nice.
I just assumed you were going to say that the rift opened up underneath my character and I'm dead.
I don't think you'll die.
Let him set the scene.
I'd be more concerned for the people with less hit points than you, you know.
Oh yeah, these guys are injured. I'm looking for 6s, right?
Yeah.
I got 2 6s.
Yeah, Dutch got 2 as well.
Okay, that's a success.
I've got
Wow.
a
First
failure.
success.
Ronald, you got 0 successes?
Mm-hmm.
Or 0
Zero.
sixes? Oh no. Same for
0%.
Sills?
I got a feeling a success still might kill me, though.
And how about you, Dom? How'd you
Dom's
do?
got 1.
Okay. So you're creating this bird. It's forming up out of the mountain. But an earthquake does strike it. It's a pretty thick and heavy one, really nasty. The ground starts shaking violently. You're all tossed about, have to grab onto things to try to hold on, you know, so you don't get thrown to the ground or whatever. Let's see, Silvers, you get dashed to the ground and take 4 points of damage. You bash your head against a pretty nasty tree root or something. Ronald. Okay, Ronald just twists maybe his ankle a little bit. He only takes 1 point of damage as he's tossed about. Dom, how did you do on your save? Sorry?
1.
You had 1 6. That's a partial save, so I'll do half damage. You take 2 points of damage. Yeah. As you're kind of knocked to the ground. Okay. But you create this stone bird, and it is yours to command.
Yep, so I tell it, fly to the smoke, land on the fire, squelch it.
And it lets out a rocky screech and flies away off to the north.
So yeah, I'll brush the mud off my hands as I'm getting up and look over at Hawkins standing by the tree.
It looks
Mr.
like
Silvers, are you alright, sir? Looked like you took a nasty hit there.
Yeah, I'll live.
You need a hand, sir.
I kind of like an old man that's stubborn and wants to do it himself. I'll wave you away.
Should have let the rain do its work, sir.
Can't risk it. You haven't know how these British like to surprise old Silvers.
Take a moment, sir. Make sure we know where we're going once the smoke
I
is
know
ended.
I know where we're going. They're that way. They're taste. And he points like he's saying a direction, and a little trickle of blood comes out of his nose.
Let's be back with the others, sir.
As much as I'd like to teach them a lesson as well, shouldn't we rest first? We're not in the best shape.
Yeah, 2 hours rest.
2. Seriously.
2 hours rest.
And it was only when Silvers became occupied with his magicking and the earthquake setting in is when Dutch grew confident enough to even try to salvage a drink of water from a leaf collecting from the rain. So he didn't want the wrath of the spyglass to meet his already injured temple.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, the rainwater is pretty clear, pretty clean. So, yeah.
Now, Mr. Silvers is suffering from a bit of a head wound, but he walks over and he says, Dutch, you're the combat expert. This is your mission. Use all of us as pieces on a chessboard. Move us around. Let's kill those British assholes.
Well, what I know is a helpless man is a dead one moments later. So a few hours after twilight, night raid. We all owe each other some scalps.
Okay. So you're going to rest for 2 hours, you said, Silvers? Yeah? You're going to let them kind of, I don't know, get a little nap in or something, basically?
Yep. 2
Okay.
hours exactly, as best as I can figure.
Okay. So it'll be dark then by the time that's over. That the sun will have set. I mean, it was pretty dark anyway from the storm. Go ahead and roll another d6 for me, actually.
I got a 5.
A 5? Okay, the storm ends while you guys are taking your rest. And, by the time the 2 hours is up and everybody's starting to kind of to get up, the sky looks pretty clear. There's no sign of any clouds. You can see the stars through
While
the
the earth is still wet from the rain, Dutch, he takes several handfuls of the mud from the ground, and he just models his very light hair, and he also he tosses his white shirt for now too, just throws it to the ground.
Shall we follow your lead, Dutch?
And although it's twilight, I'm sure, yeah, he just squares off where he last saw the probably squashed fire now. The bird did go.
Yeah, the bird flew off to the north. You would assume that it did its job. You don't see any signs of smoke.
And I think, yeah, we just, Dutch would silently, and then draw his blades and then go forth into the darkness.
Right. Now you figure you guys were, see from here, yeah, you figure you're probably still another 4 or 5 miles from where their camp would have been, so. But you can, if you wish, you can break out of the forest here and kind of travel up a little bit more along the, just outside the trees, It's up to you. It's nighttime, so you might not need to use the forest for cover as much.
It'd definitely be Dutch's call.
And yes, let's head to the beach. Head to the beach, men.
The fire, Mr. Silvers. Was the fire on the beach or was it inland, sir?
It was on the beach, I believe, and my hope is that that rock is going to still be there. I doubt they'd waste the energy to move it. You see a little gleam in Silver's eye.
Okay. So, Dutch, since you're leading the way, let's see here. Roll d6 for me.
Cool. Got a 2.
2? Okay. So, it's going to take you a couple more hours going along up the beach, but then you will see ahead, you'll see some shapes on the beach. It looks like the boats that the British used to arrive here. And you also see some light off in the distance. You figure maybe less than a mile to the north of this position. And it looks like probably campfires. Looks like quite a few of them. You, how do you proceed?
Dutch will, after surveying what he sees, he'll look up and then he'll look around, and he's wondering about the wind. He knows Simon's often asked tactically about the wind in combats. Is it at our backs?
Yeah, it's kind of like over your right shoulder.
Excellent. And so Dutch will, I see some ships. I can't tell how many, but I'm sure as we approach, that'll become evident. fires, no doubt sleeping men by them, at least some. And now that the sky's cleared somewhat, Dutch's silver blades are catching the moonlight quite well. So he notices that, and he actually stows them back into the sheaths for now.
Nice.
I'm going to be looking towards the boats as well and just see if they're moored off or if they're pulled up onto the beach,
Yeah,
like we've done with ours.
very similar to what you did with yours. They're pulled up out of the beach and they've been turned over and weighted down.
A distraction, maybe. Get them to turn their backs to us. Any suggestions? I can sneak in and set the trap.
Do I see the fire that my stone bird squelched, or is this further down the beach?
If you explore around the area, you are going to find it, yes. You will see it a little bit beyond the boats. And yes, the stone is lying on top of it. The remains
Now,
of the fire.
with my spyglass, can I catch enough light to see that shape?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll look around and I'll say, aye, it's a good plan, Mr. Hawkins. Perhaps we can create a double distraction. You hit the boats, and I'll animate my piece of stone.
All right, sir. I understand. One moment. I'm looking at my meager possessions and try to find some form of like tinder or something to potentially cause a fire at the boats.
Do you have a tinderbox?
I would have at one point, but not any longer. I would have lost it in my fleeing from the.
Right, makes sense.
Does anyone have something that I could use potentially to?
I've got
set the
one, but
boat?
I don't know. Is it still usable?
Would you have it in a backpack?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably fine then.
Might be flint and stone.
Yeah.
Let me have a look there, Ronald.
Yeah, he gives it to him.
Very well. So, how far away is it? In a crouching, slow approach kind of way. I'm gonna stealthily approach.
Not far at all. The boats, so say right now you're about 100 feet from them.
All right, so I'm going to be looking to see if I can find any type of dried out hay type, tinder type of grasses or light wood that I could use to potentially start a small fire. I know it was just raining, but I'm just trying to find something that might be usable to catch.
You're not seeing anything immediately in the area. However, if you think about it, that stone bird that Silver sent down here landed on that signal fire. There might be something worth burning still inside there, underneath of it.
All right, so I look over my shoulders like, give me a moment, will you, Silvers? Not too hasty with your rock bird. And I scurry off into the darkness to try and see if I can find some coals and stuff in what would have been that big bonfire.
And Silvers thinks, shit, Hawkins going to get himself killed. And he'll look at Dutch and say, what do you want us to do after we create the distraction?
Well, personally, I'd like to get in there and give as many people as I can a smile from ear to ear before they're able to wake up. But then a distraction, of course, and a full-on raid might be best. What do the rest of you think?
I would have to agree with Dutch, Captain. Sending out the fireworks right away would not be the best idea until we cut a few throats.
Don't worry, I'm going to hold back on my special abilities. The golem will just be a little bit of a pin in their side.
Say the word and I'll crawl off with whomever you send with me to try and find some of these sleeping dogs.
I'll tag along with you, Dutch, if you need a hand.
Excellent, Tom.
Okay. So, after you're in position, the first shout we hear revealing the intruders, me and Mr. Hawkins will launch our plan.
Got it. What about the other crew members? You've got number 1 and Davy there. You've got Jackson, your sharpshooter. There's 4 more unnamed sailors. And then Ronald, of course.
If I could have Jackson with me, sir, to hold the line and protect my back as I scurry forth, that would be great. What say you, Jackson? Come with?
Sure.
If I want him.
If that's what the captain wants. He looks at Silvers.
Silvers looks at Dutch and says, "Let's keep the chain of command, shall we?"
Right. Hi. Sorry. It's your mission, Dutch.
And sorry, were you asking like which of the rest of the crew what to do?
Yeah. Well, like Troy has just recommended. Hawk has just recommended that Jackson stays with him to kind of watch his back.
Yeah, Dutch will say, how about have Davy come with me? He can just observe, keep him safe. He's got to learn these things.
Mm-hmm.
He's been quiet. He might
He's
he might
pretty
be sneaky
stealthy
enough.
too. Yeah, he is. What about Jackson? Or sorry, what about number 1 and those other 4 sailors?
Do we have
number
a
1
gun for Jackson? Does anybody have a gun for Jackson? He's a crack shot.
Yeah, Silvers will pull his flintlock. It's only
Are
a
they
pistol.
usable? Aren't they wet now?
We've had what on land now, like 7 or 8 hours.
Okay.
I think that's a 4 misfire if it's wet.
If it's wet, it's a 4. I'd say at this stage, it's been a few hours since the storm stopped. It's probably just damp, so it's probably a 2 in 10 chance of misfire. Obviously, you would change the powder and stuff out of it. You know what I mean? Whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, screw it. I'll hawk up my flintlock and throw it to him.
Okay. I'll check it out and yeah, load it up. He says, "Well, you know, I'll be able to get 1 shot anyway. I think I can make it count." So what about the rest of the men? What do you want them to do? Do you want them to go with you to slit throats? Do you want them to stay back here with the guys?
Dutch will pipe up and how about the rest stay for when we need it, when the reinforcements come.
Okay. So back here by where the boats are, where the final traps can be sprung, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, does Ronald have a weapon?
He's got his rapier and still a pistol, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got a rapier. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. And his oar.
Yep, that'd be an improvised club weapon, I suppose.
Oh yeah, he wants to use it.
And when Dutch makes the approach with Dom and Davy, I think what he's spying for is where he would assume there might be some lean-tos, or where he's pretty sure there's a congregation of sleeping seamen.
Yeah, they're going to have several tents set up. They seem to be pretty well equipped for this. They were planning on being here for a night or so. So they have proper tents set up and everything else. You're guessing from the size of the camp and the number of tents you see that there's somewhere between 70 and 100 people here.
What? We better create a lot of confusion and chaos, Mr. Silvers.
Oh, don't worry. If there's one thing Mr. Silvers knows, it's chaos.
Alright, so I wait for the assassin types to head off into the night.
Yep.
And I take the sharpshooter off to the side and I give him some further instruction. I tell him that when I do light up the boats, that he should stay hidden in the darkness in the tree line.
Mm-hmm.
And once he takes his first shots at approaching people that are inspecting the boats, to make sure that he moves before he fires again, to ensure that the illumination from the gun doesn't get him spotted, because I'll be approaching from a different angle, unawares.
He'll say, do you have any extra shot and powder? I only have one shot here.
I fear I do not. I do not have any guns or firearms. So make your one shot good.
I'll make it count. Okay. So, Dutch and Dom and Davy, the triple Ds.
Do these tents look like 2-man, 5-man, 10-man, somewhere in there?
Most of the tents are, probably be like 5-man tents. And there's one kind of really large tent more in the middle that, you figure could probably hold 10 men, but if you know anything about the English, it's probably got one man in it,
Yeah.
or maybe a couple. But, yeah.
So, seeing the large tent, Dutch says nothing, but he looks to Dom, and he sort of has the murder eye in his face, and he just nods and motions over to the large tent, which is still way in the middle, as you said, I think.
Dom will smile, shows gleaming white teeth, and he'll head in that direction. He's also looking, is there a place where they eat? I guess they congregate to eat stew or whatever they're sharing food with?
No, they have, each tent has its own kind of little fire outside of it, so it looks like they're all just, eating in their own tents or whatever.
And as we're approaching, is there any, lines for hanging laundry? I guess their coats, whatnot?
They'd have some of their stuff hanging up to dry after the storm and everything.
If I'm able, he'll try to snag one that may fit him as we're approaching the main tent.
Yeah, Dutch will slip on a red coat if there's one around.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Davy's like, oh, what about me?
Dutch will outfit him if there's. It'll probably be too big, but if you can find a tri-corner hat, he'll slip it on too.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Now they do have kind of lookouts. They have basically some people patrolling the camp, and there are 2 guards standing outside the large tent. The men that are patrolling and the guys standing outside that are guarding the large tent are in uniform, so they're still wearing their buff coats, and they've got rifles and sabers. Pretty much everyone else is either, sleeping or chatting and eating or whatever, in or around their tents. It's not too hard for you to pick out, a pattern on the patrol. It looks like there's 2 groups basically patrolling. So each group has 2 men.
When it appears that the patrols seem to be leaving the where they might have a good view of the rear of the tent, opposite to where the 2 guards are. So they're starting to, as it looks like there's going to be an open window of time, Dutch, without saying anything, he'd sort of motion to the rear of the tent, and he'd just scuttle up if possible, and he'd silently take his blade out and cut a hole, man-sized hole in the very back of the tent.
Okay, I'd like you to roll a stealth check for me, Dutch.
Perfect. Ooh, I need a 6, don't I? I rolled a 1 and I have a +3.
Okay, so you got a 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get up to the tent, and you take out your blade and start to cut, yeah?
Yep.
And it makes a pretty loud tearing sound as you do so. And you hear a startled exclamation from inside the tent. Huh? What? What's that? Who's there?
And Dutch is just going to finish it, tear it right up and get in there and go for the voice.
Okay, so you go in and you'll see a man with quite a shocked look on his face. He's just jumping up out of his kind of cot-like bed. he's like basically wearing his underwear or whatever, and he's got his short, messy hair tousled about. You can see beside his bed there are his clothes, his officer's clothes, and his freaking wig and everything, you know. And you're pretty sure, well, this must be the captain.
Yeah, Dutch is, he's not an assassin, he's a fighter, and he's going to deliver one of these silver daggers right to the groin of this guy, and that's going to be his alarm for...
Okay, so are you throwing it at his groin, or are you running?
No, he's going in, he's like going to uppercut it.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack roll.
Excellent.
Dominic will follow through.
I got a 6. To hit.
Oh, okay. So you go for him with the dagger, and he puts his hand down, and he's on full-on crotch protection mode. He grabs your arm and stops it, kind of pushes you away a little bit, and steps back. He says, "Guards, guards!" And around that time, you hear exclamation from outside the tent from the 2 guards, and you notice you don't see Davy. You're not sure where Davy is, but you hear an angry exclamation come from outside the tent, and then you hear one of the rifles go off. Pow! So you guys definitely would have heard that back at the beach.
When it comes back to Dutch's turn to act, he's going to, with the other dagger, just go right in and try and pin the protecting hand to the groin now.
Right, okay. Now we're going to be in an initiative situation. Cool. So go ahead and roll initiative. Dom, you can get in on this too because you're coming in right behind him. You've seen him make the attack at this captain who then managed to deflect it.
Dutch got a 3.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm supposed to roll a D8, sorry.
Dom?
A 6, my bad.
Dom's got a 4.
Okay. You'll go first then, Dutch. The captain got a 2, so he didn't do that.
Yeah, same thing. He's just going to bring the other blade up now. Just make a second attack.
Yep. Go for your second attack.
18 altogether.
An 18. Oh, that's going to hit him. So give me your D8 damage.
2.
2 points of damage. So you jab him in the crotch, and he screams, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" And you see he's reaching over, and he grabs the rifle beside his bed. What are you doing, Dom?
Since I went in with him, we'll also attack the captain, but we'll throw a dagger at him. I've got a few.
Okay.
Oh,
now,
he's in melee with Dutch.
Yeah.
I'll go in with my rapier. He'll draw his rapier and strike him. I'm not going to try to injure the already injured Dutch.
It would be really tragic if you threw your dagger into the back of Dutch's head.
Does a 13?
13's going to hit him, yeah. He's in his underwear, so.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Or 4 points.
Okay, that's going to finish him. So you can go ahead and describe it.
He tries to go around Dutch, and as he's wiggling to protect his underparts, Dominic will get him in the side, whisper in his ear, "I've always wanted to be an English captain," and gently bring him down to his bed.
Okay. You hear another crack of a musket shot outside the tent, and the guards are making angry exclamations. In fact, one of them is now coming into the tent. He does not have his musket. He has his sword drawn as he kind of flips open the tent flap, and he looks over and he sees you there, like bringing the captain to the ground. Dutch, you're standing there as well. And this guard's like, "What? Who are you?" And he'll charge towards you. Now, back at the beach, you guys have heard 2 rifle shots now in the last 6 seconds from within the camp.
I'm really afraid what your answer to this is going to be, Ian, but I feel like honesty requires me to ask it. My plan for the golem was to tell him to disable anybody wearing a red uniform, and 2 of our party members just put red uniforms on. I don't know if I saw it.
Well, you can't see the camp from the beach, really. You wouldn't be able to see that, no.
Giver.
Well, this game just got interesting.
Okay.
That's my intention, is to summon my golem.
There's still like 98 of those versus 2 of ours, so the odds are still in our favor.
I said between 70 and 100. It's not exactly 100.
You don't know Ian Christensen.
I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew. So let's see here. You have dispatched one of the English so far. Okay. And what are you doing? Are you getting your fire going then, Troy? Are you starting the...
Yeah, I sneak down the beach directly towards the closest ship to their camp, and I'm
boats.
trying
Their
to
boats.
their boats. Sorry.
That's okay.
So yeah, I'm trying to ignite it with the best I can with the materials present.
Yeah, you can do so. You're not gonna make you make a roll for that. You had plenty of time to prep it with the help of Jackson as well, getting the decent burnable wood from the signal fire. So
Return
while
to
you do
the
that,
tree line. Return to the tree line, Jackson. I'm gonna flank around here.
yeah,
This
he
one-
already has actually. He did after you guys prepped it anyway. So
So I scurry back out of the illuminated area from the boat on fire, and I'm just gonna hide in the underbrush there and see how many individuals are actually going to come forth.
okay, so you just set one boat alight, yeah?
For now, yeah.
Okay, cool, got it. Okay, and Simon, you cast your spell. You do rock speech again, yes?
Yep, I expedited it, but I didn't cause an earthquake this time.
That's good. That's good. No earthquake this time, and again, the rock bird takes shape and flies off in seemingly slow motion.
This time, though, Ian, instead of making it a bird, I want it to be a golem. Like,
I'm sorry.
like an 8-foot tall golem on the ground. But the orders I give him specifically are maim and disable anybody wearing a red jacket.
Okay. No problem. And he will slowly lumber off towards the camp. Kind of similar to the golem you created in the first session, yeah?
Yeah, very similar. The one that freed the claw.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So this rock golem thing goes lumbering towards the camp. Now, back in the camp, I need another initiative from you guys, Dutch and Dom.
1.
I've got a 5.
Okay. So the guards actually can go first. So seeing what's happened, he says, Roberts, assassins are in here. I need help. And he charges forward and will attack Dom with his drawn sword. Yes. Okay. But I think he's going to miss. That's going to be an 11.
He misses.
So he swings and misses. Were you able to knock his blade aside or dodge?
Dodge out of the way.
Okay. You're next, Dom. You were on 5, you said, right?
Yep. Dom will swing at him, and he'll, if he misses or succeeds, he'll kind of take a few steps back towards the hole that we made. Dutch, it seems like we should be departing. 10.
Okay. So that was your attack?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 10 is going to miss. So he'll deflect your sword as well, so you guys have a little bit of a sword fight going on here. He deflects your blade, and he looks at Dutch. He says, Dutch, that's your name, huh? I'll see you hang for this.
And Dutch just yells out, not to the man, but over his shoulder, more or less, they've killed the captain, every man for themselves!
Okay. The 10th flap will open again as the other guard comes rushing in with his sword drawn, and he will charge up to try and engage as well, seeing his comrade fighting Dom. He will try to engage Dutch, though. Did you want to get an attack into that round, Dutch? Or?
So I can do this at any time, I think. Can I just engage my guard for this instead of attacking this round?
Yes, you can. You can do your parry, right? You're a fighter?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll do that. But there's no parry on the playtest.
There is parry.
Guard?
No, it's guard. You're right, guard. Sorry. It is parry, though. So guard is what, plus
4
One
to
to
me. So yeah, I'll be at 16 then. And
You're
can I
level
still
3?
move? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, +4. Great. Yeah, you can still move.
And yeah, I'll try to stay with Dom back towards the hole, even out of it if necessary.
Okay. No problem. They're going to continue to press their attack against you, so... Okay. Yeah, we'll go to another initiative round. So,
For here in the tent,
yep, you're here in the tent.
I got a 3.
Okay. What did you get there, Clay?
I've got a 1.
Yeah. Okay, so actually the guards will go first again. Then, first one still already engaged with Dom. That's going to be 12. What's your armor class, Dom?
14.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's going to miss. And the other one attacking, trying to get through Dutch's guard. Ooh, rolls a natural 1. So he fails. And what are the consequences of that failure? I need to
I
do
know there's
30.
at least one on there that can still get me though. on the 1.
True.
Sure.
His next saving throw attempt automatically fails. Okay, well, good to know. Okay, not as bad as it could have been. So we'll do another round of initiative. It's going to take, actually, for the rock golem to get here moving kind of slow like it is, probably would take up to 10 rounds, really, but, 10 rounds is a minute. Actually, it might take longer than that, come to think of it.
Now,
I'll say it takes 2 minutes.
does the fact I expedite it cut that? Because it's supposed to make his actions faster.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? It makes him act normal speed instead of slow. Is that what it says, yeah?
Something to that effect. I can't remember the
That's about
exact.
the action of the elemental may be expedited. Yeah, okay, so it'll only take him 10 rounds. So he's moving like a normal human
Sounds
speed.
good.
Yeah. Cool, so I apologize. Take back what I said earlier about him walking off in slow motion.
So I got
Okay.
another 3 for initiative on this round.
Okay. Did you make your attack last round, or are you just guarding?
I just guarded the last round, I think.
Okay. Okay, and Dom, did you make your attack last round?
I rolled the 1. No, I didn't make it last round. If we rolled,
Okay.
I rolled the 1 this. I guess this round, if we've done it. Same round as the guard action, so yeah, that's over.
Okay. So next round. You're on 3, Dutch. What are you on, Dom?
1. I'm last.
Okay, yep, the guards are first again. Does not get you, Dom.
So I'm at
Almost
12
gets
now.
you. But not quite. Oh, you're at 12 now. You're not. Oh, yeah, you're not guarding this round, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to hit you, actually. I got a 15. So he hits you for 2 points of damage there,
Excellent.
Dutch. Slashes you. And the other guy beside him says, I heard him say that one's name is Dutch. He said, who are you? Who are you with? How did you get here? As they're fighting, as you do. You hear more shouting going on out in the camp, and you guys back on the beach will see a bright flash in the camp, and you guys will hear a small explosion outside somewhere in the camp. Not sure exactly what happened, but something just went up in flames.
Well, fuck. Simon will draw Cake's rusty saber and start running after the golem.
Okay.
I'm just looking at my minor fire in comparison to this big blaze that just went up, and I kind of shrugged my shoulders and stayed crouched in the underbrush, just still hoping that some might come inspect the burning boats.
Might come down this way. They may. Back to Dutch and Dom. Well, Ronald, are you hanging back with Hawkins, or are you running off with Silvers, or?
What was our order exactly? Were we to wait?
What was the order there, Dutch? You were given the orders.
It was when the call when there's no more like sneak attack. It's a full-on raid.
Okay, sneak attack is over, I guess.
Yeah, there's explosions and stuff going on in the camp. So.
The other NPCs were ordered to stay back with our ship, though, right? You said to cover any people that were coming in after the fact.
Well, Davy's gone rogue.
Oh,
May have been shot.
Or saving our
Right.
ass.
But I think he means, you've got your other 4 unnamed sailors, and you've got number 1 as well. Were they?
Yeah, I
Still
definitely-
with me, aren't they?
Hmm?
Yeah, they were just way back for the raid to come with reinforcements.
Yeah.
So you're leading all those NPCs, no-name sailors. Me and Jackson are off into the woods by ourselves, setting fires to the boats.
Okay, so you guys are setting fire to the rest of the boats now, then?
Yeah, I want to try and keep
Okay.
pace with this blaze that's burning inside the camp.
It'll be pretty easy for you to start setting fire to all the other boats now, because you can use the flames from the other one to, you don't have to use your tinder all the time. So Ronald and Silvers and the other men then are going towards the camp,
Mhm.
while you and Jackson are back here finishing the sabotage. Okay, cool. Initiative, Dom and Dutch.
Dutch got a 7 for this round.
Oh, I
Okay.
haven't gone this round.
Oh, you haven't gone last round. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
This is I'm the last. This. Is there a torch or
Okay.
candle or anything?
That's just
Yeah,
what I was
there's
thinking.
there's like a lantern sitting on a table.
Dom will try to kick that towards the tent and set it ablaze.
Okay.
And kind of just again making his way towards the hole so we can disappear. So what would I need to
Roll
do?
the hit.
Roll the hit.
Just roll a hit, an attack roll.
18.
Consider it a melee.
Okay, 19 plus 1.
Boom. Yeah, you smash that thing. It goes right up against the side of the tent and lands kind of partially on the bed, and it starts to go up in flames.
Dominic will then yell out, "Remember my name. It's Dominic." And he stops and tries to remember it. Just as Dominic, he can't remember his name that he made up as a lie.
Cool. Dutch and Dominic, they've got your names. Not that they're going to live to see tomorrow, but yeah. Now, if you want to just try to run away from these guys, they will get an attack at you as you disengage. But
That is what Dutch is about to say. He's about to say, Godspeed, Dom, and then use his action to run as far as he can towards the tree line.
I'm just going to let them get 1 attack at you as you
Cool.
kind of run away.
I'd guard
and
if I
misses
could, but
It misses you. I got a 6.
nice.
Dom, are you also going? You running?
Yeah, Dom will run now. He was trying to be brave, but since his big buddy just decided to haul ass
Missed you
first,
as well. So you're able to do so. They will go over. Actually, one of them will kind of try to pursue you, and the other one will try to put out the fire in the tent. So you guys run out of the tent, and you can see there's chaos in the camp. People are donning their armor, their buff coats, and putting on their helmets and stuff and whatever, and loading muskets and checking weapons and drawing swords, and you can hear shouting. You hear somebody shouting, "Oh, I don't know where he went. The little bastard! I swear I got him, but he's disappeared." You guys are
Dutch
wearing
just
red
saved
coats, though, right?
breath.
yeah, we're wearing red, and I'll try to use stealth. Or we should try to use stealth to kind of blends in. Yo, I'll keep my head down since I'm dark skin and black haired, but we'll try to blend in as best we can.
Yeah, why don't you give me a stealth roll there, Dom, just because you're a Spaniard trying to disguise yourself as an Englishman.
7.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So you do so, you keep your head down, and you're just, maybe you grab one of those helmets.
I'll grab that, throw that over.
Yeah, put it on.
If I see some flour, I'll dust myself as later on. But
Mhm.
And as Dutch is running, he will keep an eye out for an undersized man in a red coat, maybe Davy if he sees him.
Mhm. Right. Okay. You don't see him. And where are you going to run to? What's your destination? Are you heading back towards the where you left the others, or?
Well, is just to like the edge of the camp. I assume most of like the redcoats are more or less probably coming either towards to the captain's tent. So more or less getting to the edge of
They're
the
working more into the camp. You got to work more to the edge of the camp. Yeah.
yeah, and then regroup and find some more throats to slit from there probably.
So by the time you guys get there, you'll see the rock golem approaching. This big. You want to describe it again, Andrew? It's like.
Yeah, looking like something a vengeful Jewish rabbi summoned. this huge 8-foot-tall, hulking, gorilla-armed rock construct is like swaying back and forth at the hip, running about the speed of a bull, bearing down upon the camp.
Nice. And Silvers, you're not too far behind it, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to obscure their line of sight of me behind the golem as I approach, like using him as a shield.
Cool. And behind you then is Ronald and the other men, except for Hawkins and Jackson, who stayed back.
Yeah, we're carrying through with our original plan.
And you can see the fires now too from here, Dutch. You can see the fires. You can see obviously Hawkins is burning the boats on the beach.
Does Dutch make it more or less to the edge of the tents, or like he gets a good way?
Yeah,
as he turns around and he sees this sea of Englishmen, he's also lost Dom. All he sees is British men, and but what he does is he sees the fire raging in the golem, probably just throwing people around, and but he calls out. He takes his coat off, swings, and he says, "De la Vega, I'm going to circle around to the men," but he doesn't know there's
And you see you lock eyes with one Englishman who sees you, and he's got his sword in his hand, and he's the guy you were dueling with in the tent. He says, "There you are," and he starts to come towards you, and then he looks and he sees the rock golem running into the camp, and he like pisses himself basically, and shouts, "It's a monster, a beast! There's a witch among them!" And he starts trying to rally the troops to fight the golem as the golem's running in and smashing down tents and knocking over campfires and stuff and setting shit alight. And every time somebody runs up to it, just smash them. A bunch of men you see are now coming around with their muskets to bear and trying to fire at the rock golem. You hear the crackling of shots, smoke rising up from the camp.
And unless because De La Vega or Dom, he was able to blend with the crowd. Unless he presents himself after a moment, Dutch would start to skirt around.
Before Dutch flees, you'll see one Englishman. He's got his hand palmed, just shaking his head, and you see that big backpack on his back. He's never given that up. He'll follow you.
Yeah, Dom, I'd say you've kept an eye on Dutch the whole time, so you know where he's going. You see him. Okay. Cool. And the rest of you come running up into the camp, and you'll see this golem is engaged. All the English are firing their muskets and dropping back and trying to reload, while another group steps up and takes fire, and it's just turned into pure chaos. What would you like to do when you arrive at the camp, Ronald?
Are there some guys who are alone, on their own?
Yeah, I mean, people are kind of spread out. There's no rank and file. There's no organization going on here. Their captain's dead. It's totally chaotic. So you can find a couple of guys who are standing there trying to reload their muskets right now by kind of hiding behind a tent.
I'll beeline for one who isn't looking in my direction and just hit him with the oar.
Okay, roll.
13.
That will hit him. He's got a buff coat that gives him an armor class 13. So yeah, that hits him. You whack him with the oar.
6.
Damage is a D8. 6. Yeah, you take him out.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to describe it?
He's running towards him, swinging the oar, and while he's running, he just hits the head and runs on to the next one.
Okay.
Just in a rage.
Excellent. And what about yourself there, Silvers?
When Silvers gets to the outskirt of the camp, he's going to look for the biggest concentration of men and open up a miasma on them. I know I was told no disintegrations, but I'm getting real nervous.
Right, miasma. This is your third spell of the day, yeah?
I've used both of my rock speaks. I have 2 miasmas left.
Cool. Yeah, so let's see what page. It doesn't matter what page it's on because the pages aren't numbered. That's a Diabolism. Miasma, here we go. Okay, so roll a D6.
Now I'm 2 for 2 at this coming up one, so let's see if I can continue. Nope, I got a 4.
A 4. Okay, so boom, the miasma comes up right in this large group of men, probably gets like 7 or 8 of them in there. Um, and it causes uncontrollable retching, imposing a -4 penalty, and prevents complex actions such as spellcasting or etc. So they're no longer able to reload their muskets or anything, and they just start like kind of gagging and puking from the horrible green miasma that you've just unleashed on them.
Yeah, it's like nauseous gas and like locusts just swarming out over the camp.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, and so let's see, Hawkins, you're back at the beach, or you're not at the beach, but you're actually at the tree line with Jackson.
That's right. Yeah, we're just hiding in the darkness, waiting to see if anyone comes to
You
check
can
in
you
what
can
we're doing.
hear the screams in the distance, and Jackson will kind of lean down to you and say,
Maybe you should go on, boy. I got this covered here.
"You sure? I think we should stick together, just in case."
It does seem like there's a lot of chaos over there. Let us go forth, but don't be too hasty. So we're going to skirt
You start
along
sneaking along.
the tree line here, moving towards the
Okay.
encampment. But at no point am I going out onto the beach or into the open,
Cool.
Area.
No problem. I'm not going to make you make stealth rolls or anything because it's dark and there's chaos up there anyway, so there's no need to make a stealth roll at this point. You're just kind of crouching and sneaking through the jungle.
Right. I'm
So, okay.
mindful if anyone's trying to run away from the chaos, that they can be taken out.
Yeah, some will. Trust me, there will be some who will try to run back to the beach, seeing their boats on fire, try to see if they can salvage the boats and perhaps escape this madness. So back at the camp, then, I'm going to have everybody just roll an initiative. So Andrew, Clay, Micah, Justin. I'll roll for the bad guys. Okay. Okay. And what did you get, Andrew? 6. Cool.
6.
Okay. Silvers, you're going to be first.
So
you can see the gold smashing people left and right, making its way to the center of the camp towards the big tent, which is still burning.
So I just have like fire in my eyes watching it torched, watching the men writhe in pain, watching the golem just destroy everything. And I just yell, "That was my ship!" Like going fucking crazy. And I'll find the next biggest grouping of men and unleash another miasma.
Okay, roll another d6. Let's get see what kind of result you get on this one.
I got a 4 again.
A 4 again, so it's the same again. So more retching. As you take out another like half dozen men or so. So let me see here. I'm going to keep track of the dead. You've taken out over a dozen men. I mean, they're still technically able to move instead of -4 penalties, but they won't last long. Okay, Ronald's taken out 1. Okay, cool. Oh, and then there's Davey. I'll take note for Davey. Okay. All right, so next is Dom. You can now see the rest of your crew arriving and fighting. They might not recognize you yet, but...
Dom will follow Dutch. He'll actually approach Dutch and say, "Shall we follow the captain? He seems to have gone mad." "Oh, here," and he'll hand the bottle of rum over to him. "You may want a swig of this."
"Oh, blessings from above," and he takes the bottle and he pours some down his gullet and a little over his wounds. And he hisses through gritted teeth and he says, "Yes, to Silvers." And he's still got the red coat thrown over his shoulder. Sorry about that.
I won't even charge you, and we'll approach the boss.
Okay. Ronald, you have an English soldier coming towards you with a musket in hand, but he's not pointing it at you to fire it. He's actually wielding it like he's about to swing it like a club to hit you. But you go first.
Yeah, I'll hit him with my oar. screaming, "I've finally found a crew which took me, and you killed them all. I'll show you the silver devil." Oh,
Show him the
20.
devil. A 20. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Crit result. Ooh, I rolled a 30. Roll twice on this table and take the most desired result. So either your party can get +2 to hit on all of their attacks next round, or your next natural 1 on an attack roll is considered a hit instead of rolling on the natural 1 table. Which do you prefer?
The first.
Okay, so everybody will get +2 to hits on next round. I'll wait till we get to next round, though. Okay, great. And damage, what did you do?
6.
6? Again, yeah, you dropped him. So he's getting ready to swing this musket, and you swing the oar first and crack him right across the face. And he drops like a sack of English shit. Then it is, oh yeah, bad guys. Let me see. Silvers, yeah, so there will be an English soldier who will approach you, who's not preoccupied with the golem, and try to stop you now that he sees you casting all this magic stuff. He says to you, he calls you a witch. He says, "Witch! We don't have time to burn you, but I can skewer you," and he charges at you with his little saber-like sword and gets a natural 20. You may give some, all, or none of your XP for the session to your fellow player characters as you wish. Well, never mind. No big deal. No major crit effect. But he did stab you for 6 points of damage, Simon.
Ouch.
He got you good. Also, you'll see your sailors are moving in and fighting with men, and they will, let's see here, 4 unnamed sailors. They take out 2 men, plus number 1. Right, okay. So Dom and Dutch, you both see number 1 kind of come up behind an English soldier who's just getting ready to fire his musket at the golem. He comes right up behind the guy, and he reaches up and he grabs him by the head, and he does a quick twist and jerk, and the guy's neck snaps, and the guy drops to the ground. And he reaches down and grabs his musket, and he pulls the bayonet-like blade off of the tip of it. And he turns and he looks at you, and he takes a step forward, with a big smile on his face, teeth gleaming in the moonlight. But you can see the reflection of the fires from the village burn, reflecting off of them. And then he squints his eyes and he smiles even wider when he sees it's you.
Does it look like he's going to attack me?
Not now. It looks like he was about to, but now he's not. And he says something in a language you don't understand. But.
Dom will turn to Dutch. See? Well trained. I've trained him well.
Excellent.
Wipes his brow.
And Dutch will say, "Save it for save the shot for a true redcoat," to the man, and he'll deliver him the bottle of rum too before he takes his next shot.
Mm-hmm. And Dutch, you can see Silvers not far away, engaged with an English soldier who's just stabbed him with a saber.
Then after leaving that bottle with the man, Dutch will spend his movement making his way to Silvers in that combat.
Yeah, you can do so.
And he'll draw his blade and deliver it if he can get all the way there at a -2.
Yeah, I'd say you could run up and hit him. Go for it.
I got a 4 with mods all added up together.
Nope. So you try, but you don't.
All right.
And the guy looks confused as you take your swing at him. He says, "What? Traitor!" So Silvers, you see obviously Dutch run up in this red coat and attack this Englishman. So let's all roll initiative again. Okay. Got it. So real quickly, the guy with the sword, he'll attack Silvers again, still thinking that the witch is more dangerous than this treacherous English soldier who just tried to backstab him. But he misses this time around. Ron, you have caught the attention of another English soldier who is going to level his now reloaded musket and take a shot at you. It's an 11, so he misses just barely. The bullet whizzes by your head as he's standing there, kind of shaking a little bit from the chaos of the scene, and obviously disappointed that he missed you. And let's see who else has enemies engaged. That's it right there at the moment. So we will go to Silver's next on 7. I'll roll for the other players in the meantime.
Yeah, so I'll let him take his other swing at me. I'll duck underneath of it, and looking up at him, I'll say, I am the god that controls fire, not your stupid god, not your Christ god. And I'll hold up my hand, just not caring anymore, completely consumed by megalomania, and I will cast a spell slot without having a spell slot and use malevolence on his face.
Okay. Yeah, your malevolence fire, or what was it?
It is. It's fire.
Yeah, I thought so. And so you're going to run the catastrophe risk, so you need a magic save.
Yes, sir. I actually got 2 6s. Two
Good.
6s and a 4.
So the spell goes off, no problem. There's no catastrophe. And roll your 2d6 damage.
8 points of damage.
8 points of damage? Wow. Okay. He's toast. You
Yes.
melt his face off.
Literally, like the inferno is so hot, it takes everything off down to bone, and he just falls over on his knees, and I kick him.
And number 1 kind of steps up with the bayonet and looks at you and raises an eyebrow and looks down at the melted-faced man.
Yeah, I'll yell at him. Are you another sacrifice for my glory?
You say that's number 1?
Yeah. I'm just going crazy.
Mm-hmm. He looks at you again and he mumbles something in the Carib language that you don't understand. Okay, next is 3s. So that's going to be Dom.
Dom will approach the captain. Silvers, it would be a waste of all that training if you killed number 1, and I kind of step in between, and he's kind of sweating just in case this guy lights me up. I think the battle is that way, and I'll point towards the tent and his golem. We go, and I'll hand him a bottle of... I gave my bottle of rum away. I'll take it from number 1 and give it to Silvers. Here you go, sir. Have a drink. Let's go that way.
He doesn't take the bottle. He just starts stumbling in that direction. His hand is covering his side, and blood is just seeping out of it because of that nasty stab wound.
You might notice, it's up to you, you might notice that Dom is wearing a red coat. And you'll see Dutch coming up behind him as well, also in a red coat.
At this point, everybody's an enemy to Silvers. He's just going to where the most bodies are.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, Dutch, anything else that you would do?
He'd follow in the wake of dead men behind Silvers.
Okay, cool. So you're not trying to engage anybody in particular right now, you're just letting the...
I guess he'd guard as he's doing that. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, taking defensive measures. So, Ronald, this man is standing about 30 feet away from you, maybe less, where he tried to shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to show him the Silver Devil?
Mm-hmm. 15.
Yeah, that's going to hit him.
God, I'll die here. A 1.
Oh, okay. So you hit him with it, and he grunts in pain as he prepares to bring the musket around as a melee weapon on you next round, hopefully. That's his idea, anyway. Was this the round where everybody was supposed to be getting +2s? It was, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Back to Hawkins and Jackson. You guys are creeping along in the forest, and you do see a group of English soldiers. Looks like there's about 10 of them. They are not wearing their uniforms, and they don't even seem to have their muskets. They just have their sabers. And you can see them kind of trying to sneak towards the boats. You reckon they must be deserting.
How much space between each individual man?
Not a lot. They're only a few feet away from each other.
Alright, I'm just going to creep alongside, still trying to stay in the cover of the brush. 10 to 2 odds are not good in my way of thinking, so I'm not going to put myself in danger. I'm just going to creep alongside, just keeping an eye on them, with my finger up to my lips, looking at Jackson.
Jackson's holding the flintlock, and he's,
Right.
should I?
I'm just got the shh symbol on without making the audible sound.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not going to engage them at this point. I'm just going to try to get a more advantageous opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to keep going past you guys, and they won't see you at all. They're just, kind of crouched down a little bit, trying not to draw attention to themselves as they make their way to the beach, to the boats, where they will try to put out the fires on at least one of the boats if they can. But you burned all the boats, right?
I did. So after I do my little signal to Jackson with my finger to my lips to tell him to be quiet, I then do a little forward motion for him to go ahead of me, just into the woods.
Okay, you will then.
Because we had discussed earlier the fact that we would be separate, so I can flank them from the rear after he makes his initial shot.
Okay, so he'll move on a bit. So that's the plan, then. You want him to move on ahead and then take a shot, yeah?
I trust him to take the shot at the most opportune time to inflict the most damage. We discussed that, so yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of the group of 10 to try and come in from behind and take any people that might be separated from the larger group.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, yeah. So he's moving back the direction that they're headed. Got it. Okay, so yeah, he'll do that. So yeah, like about a round later, then he'll take his shot. He doesn't want them to get too far away. Oh yeah, yeah. He blows one of the guys' heads clean off here, even from like nearly 50 feet away in the trees. He still levels a flintlock. Oh, I didn't roll a misfire actually. Nope, doesn't misfire. So he takes a shot and it takes off one of the guy's heads. And panic erupts amongst the remaining 9. They're like, what? They must be under us. No, that came from the trees over there. And they're like kind of dropping down to the ground and trying to take cover.
All right, so I am going to, as they're all face down into the sand, I'm actually going to skirt out of the tree line and down the beach to the opposite side of them, with the idea that I'm going to do a run-through attack at an opportunity of my choosing, and then continue to run into the tree line.
Okay.
So whenever that opportunity arises, that's what I would like to do.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that on the next round. Then you can make your run-through attack. And Jackson will start reloading the flintlock. Oh, no, he didn't have any extra shot. That's right. So he can't reload the flintlock. He's just waiting to see what happens for the moment.
I did instruct him to move from his location of firing so he could cause further confusion.
You did. So, okay. Back to the camp then. Everybody roll initiative. In fact, we can just do initiative all around now. You can roll initiative 2, Hawkins, and I'll have... So we get everybody in the initiative now. Everybody's got stuff going on. Bad guys, okay. Who's missing there? Just Justin. Okay, you're first, Justin. So, Dutch, you can see now, you guys are moving your way towards the center of the camp. You can see the golem there fighting, a bunch of English soldiers. It looks like there's probably about 6 of them currently attacking them with their sabers. There's another large group of them kind of off to the side, like reloading muskets. The golem doesn't look terribly hurt. I mean, you can see some marks on it from where it's been hit, but it doesn't seem overly bothered.
So I think following Simon Silver's, he's gone like right through the bodies that possibly dropped from his spell casting, and what Dutch is going to do, if it takes his whole action, that's fine. He's going to try and find a rifle off the ground that's hopefully like loaded and ready to go, and take a pot shot. But he's just keeping his eye open for that as he follows Silvers into the fray.
Roll a d20.
Okay. 5.
What's your lowest stat?
Lowest stat is strength at 9.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. You actually do have to find a musket, and it is loaded.
Excellent. So if it counts as drawing, he'd still take a shot off, and at the closest redcoat, not De La Vega.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Roll a d20. Roll attack roll.
Oh, 3 minus 2, but plus 4, so like 5 again.
Right. Got it.
Or 4. But yeah. Cool. That's Dutch this turn.
Okay. Yep. You get your shot off, but you miss. So next in the queue is Silvers and Dom.
Go ahead, boss.
All right. How many men are standing in that line reloading?
About 20.
Yeah, that looks to me like a miasma without a spell slot.
Okay, another melee.
Yep, 1 sec. I gotta make okay, I'm fine. Yeah, so as I walk forward, I point at him and once again screaming. I got 1-6, so partial success.
So the spell will work, but also there will be a catastrophe. Okay.
All right.
So roll the d6 for the miasma.
Come on, give me a 1, you son of a bitch. I got a 5.
A 5. 1 die of cold damage per round. Okay, so and any killed in the miasma rises uncontrollable ice revenants. Oh shit! Cool.
All according to plan.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll a die of damage. Roll a d8 for me there, Andrew, to see how much.
I meant to do that, guys.
Yeah.
They have one of those boats.
I got a 7 damage.
7 damage? Oh, yeah. So let me see here. Roll 2d10 for me.
Shit.
I want to see how many of these guys you kill.
11.
You freeze 11 of them from this. Now the miasma is like this icy blue kind of cold. And you see them just like frosting over, and more than half of them drop to the ground. And the others standing there like, what the hell's going on? And they're trying to move to get out of the cold. And yeah, they drop their muskets. Next will be...
we got my catastrophe.
Oh, yes, catastrophe. Yeah, indeed. Let's see here. Let's go for fun. Roll a D100.
15.
15, okay. Wow, okay. So another earthquake starts. Everything is gripped in terrible earthquakes. So everybody needs to make non-magic saves, please, to see if you can, not be injured in the terrible quaking. As bits of the ground start to open up in places, tents are falling down. You can see actually, yeah. Okay, what's that?
Dutch failed.
Dutch failed?
Is Jackson and myself in the range of that as well, or
everything within a mile? Yes.
Oh, okay.
I got a partial again.
So it's save against magical, yes.
Yes, please.
Dom's got a partial.
Cool. Ronald stays in his feet.
I have 2 6s.
Okay. Hawkins stays in his feet. Oh yes, and I better roll for the rest of the guys. Okay. So first of all, Silvers, you got a partial success, right?
Yes, sir.
You take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Dom, you got a partial success?
Yes, sir.
You take 2 points of damage. Ronald takes none. Hawkins takes none. Oh, you failed, didn't you, Dutch? So Dutch takes 1 point of damage. I rolled a 1.
Oh, wow.
I rolled a fucking 1. Okay. I mean, yay. I rolled a 1. Let's see how everybody else does. Davy's fucked. Okay. Number 1 gets a partial. He's okay. Jackson is fucked. Oh, really fucked. Jackson, you hear maybe an exclamation from amongst the trees, a grunt of pain, and then silence there, Hawk. Then I rolled for number 1, so then the 4 unnamed sailors. He's fucked. Wow, he's fucked. Why can't I roll any 6s? He's fucked. I didn't roll a single 6. I rolled 4d6 for all 4 of them to get a single 6. Okay. So they each take damage. Oh, that guy's dead. That guy's dead. That guy's dead. 3 of them are dead. So bits of the ground are like opening up and tearing open, and people are falling into little, little chasms that open up, and there's, bits of steam coming up out of the ground where these unholy earthquake holes tear open in the ground. Yep. Okay, and oh yeah, this guy's down. Got it. So that's going to continue on for a while. It's not going to just last around. The ground will continue shaking for a while. The golem continues fighting. However, he has an earth golem, so he's subject to damage from this as well. Okay. At one point, you see like the ground kind of open up, and that big tent just gets sucked right down into it. And the golem does as well. You see the golem go down, but he takes a few English soldiers with him. Okay. Now, I also had to roll another round of attacks for. Wow. Okay, so that was another 5. Okay. Got it. Now, Ronald, what are you doing?
That guy still standing?
He, actually, let me double check for him. He took 1 point of damage from the earthquake, but he's still standing.
Okay. I'll hit him again.
Go for it.
17. Wow. 3.
That'll finish him.
Hmm?
That'll
Yeah?
finish him. Yep, that'll finish him.
Great.
So you want to go ahead,
Okay.
if you want to describe it.
Doesn't stop with that hit. He'll just smash it again on him and again and again and again.
Nice.
Then he continues.
Smashing it down on this guy as he's
Yeah.
on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow. Okay. Now at this stage, there are not very many men left in the camp. There are only 18 soldiers remaining in the camp that are not like injured or incapacitated. But the golem is gone apparently. It's fallen into one of the ravines. So, what are you doing, Troy? Back at the thing, you wanted to charge through those guys. Do you still want to do that real quick, or are you gonna wait?
So as the trimmer comes up through the beach head to where me and Jackson were, me on the beach, Jackson in the woods, and I hear that blood-curdling noise from him or from the location I had last seen him, I looked first to see the 10 Englishmen and see if they react. Did they themselves fall victim to the earthquake?
That's a very good point. Hold on a second. Let me just double check something here.
So I start moving towards them stealthily up the beach to maintain my footing.
Wow, my dice really suck. Yeah, like a big section of the beach tears open, and 5 of them are pulled down into it. So
Did the other 5 react to Jackson's scream from the tree line?
There were only 4 more because Jackson already killed one of them. So there's only 4 left. Yeah, well, they kind of heard the scream, but they're not really moving. They're trying to stay low.
All right, so I'm going to run.
You might hear them saying something along the lines of, "That might have been him. He might be down." And another one says, "Shh, there might be more of them. Don't move."
I stay low myself, approaching, trying to hide behind a dune here or there. And as I get closer, I scream to them, "The devil has come for you tonight, and his name is Silver." And I'm going to throw one of my daggers at one of the Englishmen.
Cool. Roll attack roll.
With the intent of running up the beach to draw them away from Jackson afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I get +2, right?
Yep.
Alright, so that's 16 total.
Yeah, it's going to hit. Damage, D8.
Oh, for a dagger? Thrown dagger?
All weapons
D4.
are D8. All weapons.
Oh, good to know. I did not know that. So I rolled 6.
Okay.
6 damage.
Yeah, you fucking stick him right in the back, hits him right in the, goes through his back and into his lung or something, and he starts spitting up blood and choking on his own blood as he dies.
Your queen will not save you tonight.
There's only 3 left there.
I start to run up the beach screaming, kind of like a madman. The intent being to draw them away from the tree line so I can double back to check on Jackson.
Okay. So you're going to run off. And there's only 3 of them left. Wow, what are they going to do? I'm going to roll a morale check to see if they go after you. If they succeed, they'll go after you. If they fail the morale check, they're going to say, "Fuck this." They're going to try to run over and try to get one of the boats, save one of the boats to get away. The morale, yeah, if you roll over morale, it's a failure, right? Captain wants to do that.
Yeah, 12 is unbreakable. So yeah.
Yeah. Nope. They say, "Fuck this, let's get the hell out of here," and they make a break for the boats.
Okay, seeing that they do that, I might not follow through.
Mm-hmm.
So I might hold up, trying to stay into the cover of darkness, maybe to double back again before they get a chance to escape.
Okay, gotcha. You gonna try to find Jackson, or?
Not quite yet, no.
Okay, just checking.
I'm not going to let them get to the water's edge with the boat, let's say, before I engage.
Let's do another round of initiative for everyone. Lots of 4s. Okay. Just missing Clay. Do you want to roll initiative, Clay?
Yes, sir. I've got a 4.
Awesome. So you got a 4. The bad guys are on 4. Andrew and Mike are also both on 4. So I will just let you guys all go first. So let's start with you, Andrew. What's Silver's going to do?
Now, do the Revenants rise this turn?
They will be rising this turn, yes. In fact, I suppose they will rise on your turn.
Okay, so how many come up?
11.
11. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to, seeing the golem go down in the earthquake, I'm going to give off one last puff of magical chaos. I'm going to cast again without a spell slot and summon a huge elemental hand out of the chasm to swat the soldiers around.
Oh my goodness, awesome. Okay, so roll your magic save.
Oh, I'll be expediting this too, by the way.
Okay. Well, first roll the magic save, see if the spell works.
Partial success again.
Okay, so the spell will succeed. Roll d6 to see if you create another earthquake.
Okay. I do not.
Okay, no earthquake this time, as this giant rock hand is going to come up out of the chasm and start swinging at soldiers who are gathering around to check and see if the golem is dead. And now roll a d100 for your catastrophe.
I'm scared, guys. 77.
77. Simon Silvers, you fall unconscious. He falls unconscious and begins writhing as if in great pain. Oh wow. Yep. Yeah. He falls unconscious and begins writhing in extreme pain. Um, yeah, that's nice. Also, as he does so, the 11 frozen Englishmen who fell to the ground covered in frost now rise from the ground. Their skin pale white, like frost literally hanging from their features. Their eyes are like a glowing blue color, and they start attacking anything that's nearby.
So, like, can I have one word before my guy falls over? Like, I tell the golem to start swatting, and then I say, "Fly, you fools," and I go unconscious.
Okay. So Dom.
Dom will look down at him withering and in pain. He looks at the undead things, pulls out his little cross, gives it a big kiss with his other medallions of other religions. He'll grab Silver's. Oh, this is going to be a bonus, and he'll try to pull him away.
Sure. What's your
He'll ask
strength,
number
Dom?
one to help. My strength is a 10.
Oh yeah, you can definitely carry him if you want.
I'll ask Dutch to help me or number one because I have a lot of weight on my back already. So I'll just drag him.
Dutch was
Number.
going to drag him by his hair if it came to it, but yeah, he'll help you when it comes to his turn.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll wait. We'll have number one help, and basically we're going to get out of here. He'll yell out, "The devil has come! The devil has come! Undead are rising!" And then he's going to go just limp out with Silvers and Dutch in the number one.
Okay, Ronald.
Do I hear that? Or do I see it?
You can if you want to. I will let you decide.
Yeah, I want to live.
Okay.
I run.
Yep. Okay. Where are you running to anyway? Where's your destination?
Oh, wait. I'm fearless. Shit.
You are fearless, that's
Um,
true. So you wouldn't run out of fear.
mhm.
But that doesn't mean, just because you're fearless doesn't mean you're reckless and stupid either. So
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, he runs. To
you'd
the
probably,
others.
you'd
To
probably
the
want to
others.
regroup. Yeah, makes sense.
hmm
Okay, very good. Okay, so you guys are heading, where are you heading with the cat, with the,
Is there another boat, or maybe we got to kill the three out of the boat? Three
I
Brits that
was.
took a boat?
We
oh,
could do
well,
that, or meet back where we kind of staged everything before we made our attack. I was thinking there,
yeah,
our
Troy,
staging point.
Hawk burned all the boats, so. So you guys leave the camp, heading back towards the beach, where you can see the lights from the burning boats, um, and you hear just the screaming and the horrible, everything's on fire behind you. You can still hear that big stone hand swatting around. It sounds like an earthquake almost every time it moves, but you guys start making your way back down towards the beach, and we get back to Hawk.
All right, so what are they trying to do to distinguish their, just take the flames off of the boats? I mean, they're pretty engulfed by this point, I would
Yeah, they run
imagine.
over to him and they're looking at it and they realize it's hopeless and they're like, fuck. And so they're going to start heading for the trees.
All right, so I'm going to close the gap and try and hamstring the closest one, the trailer, if I could.
Okay, you're going to try to come up behind them.
Yeah,
Roll a stealth check for me. Just see if you can do so without them noticing you.
just D6 and add the modifier. Right?
Correct.
So that's 8.
Oh yeah, you can definitely get up behind them without them even knowing.
So if there's any gap between them, I am not going to engage with my saber. I'm actually going to take out my garrote and wrap it around and strangle them,
Okay,
bringing
sure.
them down.
Roll a d20. Roll attack.
17.
Oh yeah, you get him. D8 damage.
6.
Oh yeah, that'll kill him too. So you get him, you drag him down to the ground. He's trying to gasp for breath, but he can't. And you take him out clean and quiet.
And those other guys are sprinting, right? So that they
Yeah,
don't
they're moving pretty fast.
Very
I
good.
wouldn't say they're sprinting so much as it's more of a fast jog, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna roll the dead body, the deceased Englishman, off of me and scurry to my knees. And at this point, I might hear the commotion of the 8 individuals or so coming up the beach.
Sure.
So
Right.
I'll try to get a sense of if they're friendlies or if they're more Englishmen.
I think there are, let's see here, there's 4 plus number 1's 5 plus 1 sailor. That's 6. There's 6 of them coming up. Yep. Coming up the beach. Silvers, Ronald, Dom, Dutch, number 1, and the unnamed sailor, who should probably get a name after this, after surviving this night.
So there's no light between myself and them. The light of the burning boats are on the opposite side of me.
Yeah, it's kind of behind you, the boat's burning.
So I don't see who or what they are. So I immediately slink off in direction of the 2 Englishmen.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, once they hit the trees, they're just going to keep going. Granted, they're in the dark, and they're going to be going pretty slow, and they're going to be pretty noisy. So if you want, you could.
The one that I garroted, did he have any immediate weaponry on him? Like
Yeah, he had a saber. He had a saber. He probably had a knife too, or something.
Yeah, no, only interest in pistols. So quick pat down, no pistols. So I slink off into the darkness after them.
Okay. No problem. Don't forget that number 77. Actually, I need to write that down so I don't forget, because there's going to be more stuff happening to you later, Silvers, just so you know. I'm not done with you yet.
Yeah, I'll put it on my character sheet.
Yeah, you're gonna have some permanent effect. Okay, so you guys, Dom and Dutch, carrying Silvers between them, number 1 and this unknown sailor, and Ronald, you guys are all kind of arriving at the scene now. You can see the boats burning. You see a big ravine in the ground, and you see like 5 English soldiers kind of in there, like partially buried in sand, and some of them are actually, one of them's still kind of alive. He's still struggling to climb up out of the sand, but he just can't, and he's gasping in pain. The other 4 are all dead. You'll also see the garroted soldier dead not too far from the burning boats. You don't see any sign of Hawk or Jackson, though.
Dom will turn to Dutch and say, in the order of command, you are the next one up, my friend. The captain seems to be, kind of poke him as he's kind of whimpering and stuff.
Yeah, you poke him and he whips in pain.
Dom looks like he's kind of having fun. He's poking here, he'll poke there. Do not tell him when he wakes up that I did so.
Son of a bitch.
I already have his, and then he stops. He doesn't say Silver. Anyway, boss, what would you have us do? Will you have undead up there? You have burning boats there? Shall we just camp out?
I think we need to get a little bit of distance, but yes, to get to our boat eventually, and maybe that secluded island, the small one to the south, to lick our wounds for a while.
We may not want to go too far. I mean, their rescue ship should be coming soon, yes?
Shouldn't there be a ship of the English somewhere? They must have come from somewhere.
But this is the crew from that merchantman. They abandoned the road here. Yeah.
I'm
that ship won't help.
I'm leery of just waiting around with those icy forms stalking of these woods.
Well, it seems young Hawkins is very good with what he does. We should try to gather him up and hide out, as you say, boss.
I agree. Yes, let's set to it.
Yeah, it's still the middle of the night. There's probably an eerie kind of light in the sky just from the burning boats and the ruin of the camp, which is still a light, and you can still occasionally hear a scream or something come from that direction.
And so I guess Dutch would urge that we travel down the beach in the clearing, at least a ways, of course. Put some of that behind us.
Okay.
But yeah. Then he'd be quick to keep an eye out for any sort of shelter or windbreak that might provide respite for a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, maybe something even move into the trees a little bit.
Yeah. Once we've got a little bit of distance, yeah, definitely.
Okay. What about you, Hawkins? What are you doing? Would you have gone after and executed those other two Englishmen who are trying to escape through? You could easily catch up with them. They're trying to struggle their way through the jungle in the dark. They're not very well equipped for it.
Yeah, I would definitely try to take them out by surprise if I could.
Roll stealth.
7.
Oh yeah, so you can get up behind the next one, the one that's furthest back.
Okay, so I left my garrote behind, so this time I'm going to try to pierce this one through the back
Okay, roll to hit.
with my saber. 16, 15
Yep.
plus 1, 16.
And give me some damage.
I just rolled 3 that time, so just try to stick this. Actually, I'm going to re-roll that. I got a lucky die, so can I do that? Re-roll that damage die?
I think so, why not?
Alright, I rolled 7 that time.
Yep, he's dead.
Alright, so 1 remaining. So I pierced my saber through the back of this one, erupting from his chest. He makes one whimpering sound, and the other turns with the noise.
Okay, yep, he does. So roll initiative.
The body falls aside with the blood.
This English soldier, he looks terrified when he turns and you see him. He's holding his saber. It's kind of shaking in his hand as
I rolled a 1 on the initiative.
he lets out a kind of a fright, half terrified battle cry, and he charges at you with his saber. That's an 11, so I think that misses you.
It does. I step aside. It just barely misses me, and I
Yes, Clay. Luck restores every session.
counterattack. So that's a 12 on the attack roll.
Yeah, that's gonna hit him. He's in his skivvies.
Okay, so he lunges forward, and I sidestep it. I retaliate for 4 points of damage.
Okay, he's still up then. He's wounded, but he's still standing. Roll initiative again. He's on 7.
D8. I got an 8.
Okay, you're first.
And I rolled a 5 on an attack roll to miss.
Oh, it's a miss, so he swings at you. And I rolled a 2, so that's a 4. He misses. Next round, initiative again.
5.
He's on 6, so he swings one more time. That's a 7, so it's another miss. My dice are really shit today.
I rolled 11 on the dice roll, so that's a miss as well. So we're having a bunch of whiffs here, back and forth, fighting in the darkness.
Quite the duel here in the dark jungle. Yeah, you guys are hitting trees and everything else.
So you hear some noise and some clanging of metal from
yeah,
just
you guys
inside
definitely
the
hear
tree.
that. Dutch and company, Dutch and Dom and Ronald, you guys would hear these sounds coming from the jungle. Sounds of a sword fight.
Initiative again.
He's on 3.
All right, 4 for me, so I attack one more time. Let me get the other D20. Throw that one on the floor.
Oh, dice on the floor? That's a catastrophe.
I rolled 13.
Okay, damage. That should finish it. Unless you roll a 1. You damage.
Alan didn't try to message you on the computer, did he?
No.
He's been trying to call you and me's phone and that's saying it's an emergency.
Hold on a second, guys.
Sure. Hey, Justin, you want to roll damage for him?
Sure.
A D8.
D8. 3.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that finishes. So he kills the other Englishman then.
3 from Canada.
3 from Canada. That's why I had you roll for him, you know? Canadian brothers got to stick together. Okay. So you guys did hear the sounds of that battle anyway. It lasted for what, about 4 rounds? 24 seconds or something? Half a minute maybe?
Dom will tell Dutch if we're stationed that I'll investigate and retrieve Hawkins if that's him, or find out what's going on.
Okay.
That sounds good. I'll stay here and we have a grunt or two, or just number 1 with us?
You have number 1 and a grunt.
Yeah. I'll go with both of them, and we'll look for like already felled branches and stuff, make a lean-to or something really rudimentary.
We're going to give this grunt a name. His name is Nathan Morris.
Nathan Morris.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, sorry. What was your order again? One more time.
Morris, number one, with me. Let's get together and make a windbreaker, a lean-to, or something for case the weather picks back up while we're resting.
Okay, no problem.
While Dom goes off and he investigates that melee that was just overheard.
Ronald, are you going with Dom, or are you staying with Dutch? Going with Rom? Dom, not Rom.
No, I'll. Oh wait, we don't know what happened. So she's going with Dom.
Yeah, I had the same problem. No problem. Yeah, it's probably good not to send Dom off by himself into the jungle. So, okay. We'll wait for Troy to get back, and then we'll deal with you guys finding him. So maybe we should take a quick what do you call it? Bio break? Yeah, jeez, brain dead. If anybody needs to use the toilet or refresh a beverage, anything of that sort.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I need a stiff drink after that. Something a little bit stronger than rum.
I've got to get some rum now, so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Troy has had some kind of family emergency, so hopefully he'll be back shortly. Hopefully it's not an emergency. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere anyway, so I'll hang out here and talk to the audience, I guess. That was pretty brutal combat. A lot of craziness going on there with all those spell catastrophes and stuff. And there's more craziness to come for poor Silvers. We lost 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 men. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh yeah, I can answer that question now too. Nope, actually I can't because I don't have an answer. Cool. Welcome back, Troy. Justin?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, Troy. Just so you know, you killed the guy. Justin rolled damage for you. You did 3 points and killed him.
Cool.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it was minor. It was hardly emergency, but text messages don't often.
No, I know. You said family emergency AFK. I was like, okay.
Yeah, someone got locked. Someone got locked out and was looking for the spare key that we have. But when there's someone just texts, "Call me, family emergency," you kind of have to react to it. Getting locked out of your house is not really an emergency, but.
Well, I guess it depends. If all your booze is in there, that's an emergency.
Fair enough. Anyway, I'm able to continue.
Good. I'll just wait. We decided to declare a bio break, so just waiting for Micah, Clay, and Andrew to get back.
Did we go back to where we had left our original boat?
No, not yet. Actually, Dom and Ronald were just going into the jungle to investigate the sounds of your duel.
Yeah, I would have obviously tried to double back out to where the burning ships were and try to create some kind of a torch and try and go back inside to try and find Jackson.
Yeah, Justin, or should I say Dutch, was working on setting up some kind of a lean-to, a windbreak, so you guys could set up a camp down a little ways down away from the beach where the boats burned.
All right, so that would have been my intent then, would be to try and see if he was still alive.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Micah. There's Clay. So now we just need Andrew. Oh, good, Clay.
Yeah, I'm good. It's my first and only kid. She's 2 as of last week, and she's nuttier than terrible 2s, but it's funny. She's run around naked. She stripped herself and run around naked. So.
Oh my goodness. Is it hot there as well? Oh,
Yeah,
it's always hot there, isn't it?
It's really humid, and it's about 98 where I'm at.
That.
But I have AC, so she runs around she likes to be naked.
98's what, like 38 something Celsius, I
think so.
That's too hot for me.
I stay indoors a lot.
Air conditioning, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was really hot in Ireland today. It was 22 degrees. Yeah.
It was 32 here.
It was really humid.
All of our igloos melted today, Justin.
Yeah, it was 31 here yesterday. It's a little bit cooler today, but still hot as heck.
I don't miss hot summers at all.
Damn, use world. We use Fahrenheit here.
People all the time laugh when you say like Ontario has tropical heat, but like yeah, we grow tobacco, like all kinds of stuff here, and Arctic winters. Like,
yeah,
it's actually farther south than a lot of California.
But. Good point. Didn't think about that.
Yeah, you got weather somewhere to southern Michigan, don't you? Blistering summers,
sure.
freezing winters.
Yeah, we're like right on the same parallel.
Cool. So everybody's back.
Yeah.
Dom and Ronald, you'll be able to find Hawkins pretty easily. Hawkins, you'll hear them coming in.
Who goes there? I turn around, wheeling on my heel with my saber in hand as I finish off the last Englishman.
It's just us, Hawkins. And he approaches and smashes the oar on his last victim again, just to be safe.
I feel we might have lost Jackson. There was a tremor. I heard him yell. It's been quiet since.
Sometimes it's okay to lose a few, but that is a sad day. Let us return to camp.
You said something about wanting to make a torch and try to find Jackson.
Oh yes, I'm not going to leave the one man I was in charge with to bleed out and die in the middle of the forest alone. So I'm definitely going to double back to the burning ships and make a torch and double back and double my efforts into the.
You'll find him kind of buried under a tree nearly, like a tree lying on top of him. You want to try to roll a medicine check to see if you can save him?
Is he awake? Is he conscious?
No, he's not conscious.
So before I try to attempt to wake him up, I'm just going
Breathing
to do
is very shallow.
quick examination of his wounds and see if there's any ribs protruding through his skin, or crushed bits. So yeah, I'll do a medicine check to see if he's salvageable or.
Busted up pretty bad. Yeah, go ahead and roll it. D6 plus your medicine.
All right. Just a 3.
No, he's not going to make it.
Well, I perceive him not to make it.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to let you die here, be eaten by the animals. I pull out my dagger, stick it to his temple, and then with a quick thrust forward, push it into his brain, and with a quick yank and turn, pull it back out.
Okay. Yeah, you
Then
finish him.
double back out, regroup with the others.
You leave his body there anyway to be eaten by the animals?
Well, I'm not going to let him to be eaten alive by animals trapped under a tree. I'm less worried about him being eaten now after the fact.
Cool.
I'm not a Christian, God-fearing man.
So you go back up the beach, not towards the camp, but the other direction where Dutch has been setting up a camp for you guys with the help of Number One and Nathan, the surviving sailor. They've kind of set up somewhat of a shelter just on the edge of the tree line, to shelter from the wind and rain should it come. And the weather is going to stay pretty decent, though. There's a few clouds here and there, but for the most part, you can see the stars most of the night. Silver's still writhing in pain and fitful sleep. He doesn't wake up at all that night.
The only thing Dutch does is, at one point, he would pour some of the, if he gets the bottle back, he'd pour some of the rum over Silver's wound, but he's not gonna. He doesn't have any bandages. He doesn't even have his own shirt to make a bandage right now.
Right. Okay. What about the rest of you? Anything else you want to do while you're camping here? Anything before the next day comes?
Dutch would he'd start pondering out loud because he's not so comfortable as a leader, but he knows he's being looked to. But he says in the coming hours, after some rest, should we one possible thing we could do is rustle up some more redcoats and try to get picked up by whoever they were signaling, and in the meanwhile eliminate any of the scragglers that have been set loose.
Uh-huh.
I find that a wonderful idea, Dutch. We should do that. Go back to that camp after we've rested and clean it up.
Yeah, there are no stragglers.
Okay. Yes. There's got to be many things of value there amidst the dead, but we do have to be cautious of those icy hulks that were walking around.
And the large hand that was bashing things, that might still be around. I can see if I can help Silvers medically. I was paying attention to the doctor. Learned a few things. I could slit his... And then he stops. We wouldn't do that. He is our captain, and he kind of pokes him a little bit.
Yeah, he just continues writhing in pain.
Or we could sell tickets. We can make a profit. But Dom will try to help him.
Can I assist somehow?
Sure.
Dom will open his bag. You see he's got quite a few supplies. He'll pull out an extra shirt that he had. He'll pull out his tinder box to light something up with. And he'll try to perform some medicine, try to heal him up the best he can. Pull strings from the shirt, see if we can sew him up or burn him. We could probably burn the wound.
What's your medicine skill at?
2.
What's yours at, Micah?
2.
2? Okay, yeah, you both have 2. So because you're working together, I'm going to give you a 3. So roll D6 plus 3 for me there, Dom.
Okay.
7. On the roll, but yeah. Yep. Okay, so you'll be able to, kind of patch up his wound at least anyway. Now, Silvers, you weren't down below half hit points anyway, were you?
Yes, I was.
Oh, you were below half?
Yep.
Okay. So he will continue that fitful sleep all night, and in the morning, when you guys have all rested and wake, um, it's still, like I said, pretty clear skies. A few clouds here and there, but they're nice, big, billowy white clouds. They're not kind of rain clouds or anything of that sort. The wind is very gentle, but Silver still sleeps. You can have 1 hit point back, though, Andrew, because by the time you
Cool.
wake up, you will have had a whole day's worth of rest.
So the unconsciousness didn't affect my hit points. They're still where they were when I went down, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it didn't get
Okay.
worse.
Okay.
It didn't get worse. However, you guys will notice that he doesn't look well. His features, they seem to be changing. His something strange about the shape around his eyes, and his skin is taking on a sheen, almost a greenish color to it.
What happened back there?
And he looks to be
He's talking-
sweating.
What caused him to get in this precarious condition?
He did this shit one time too often.
In Dutch, he will feel Silver's forehead as he's lying there writhing. Or is he still writhing?
Yeah, he is. And when you feel his forehead, you realize, like, you think you see like beads of sweat all over him, but actually, his skin and this greenish color to it he's like got really almost hard to see scales growing over
So
his
He's
skin.
turning into a fish.
Dutch doesn't really understand anything about like science and medicine or even demonic magic or anything. But he's gonna, as he pulls his hand away, he'll say, more confused probably than anything, he may be suffering from lack of consumption. He'll need a woman when we get to port.
Yes, we'll have to find him one.
Dr. Dutch. Captain's turning into a fish. We gotta get him laid. But yeah, his skin is really, really kind of cold and clammy as well.
And Dutch will slack away all the sweat that accumulated when he touched Silver's forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Dom will get interested. Does he have gills? He'll like check around his neck, under his ears.
No, you don't see anything like that.
Damn.
He's just growing these really pale scales all over his skin, like and all the skin that you see anyway.
I've seen lots of tropical disease, but this is not something I've seen before. This is definitely witchery.
Could be the demon he was carrying just coming out.
Come to pay his dues, collect his soul, and bring it back to the hell in which he belongs.
By the way, Troy, I saw your message there. You definitely found the gun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we cannot argue that the captain has many skills, useful skills. We should do what we can to keep him alive.
Yeah, two
Yes.
captains in 1 week might be too many, you know.
We should keep him alive. Back in Tartuga, we could make money. And then he kind of looks sheepishly at everybody.
Yes,
Maybe
back
I-
to Tartuga.
Yeah.
That's what we need now.
Shall we head back to the camp, my friends?
Well, surely the captain is in no shape to travel. Who will
Maybe.
stay with him?
I would stay with him.
What did
And
you
you'd
just
see
say?
like, Dutch said he'd stay with him, and you'd see his old wound from almost a week ago is like, it's still open, and maybe it's getting a little rank or something there.
Yeah, you have not gained back any hit points yet. Anybody who's below half hit points, like I said, you need a full day's rest to gain back one. So
Yeah, and Dutch would have still been, he'd rest, but he's been doing stuff, making a lean-to and whatnot.
It would appear I am one of the most able amongst us. I volunteer my services. I'm also intrigued to see what happened there. I heard a lot of noise and fireworks, but yes, I am intrigued.
Maybe you'd want this just in case, and Dutch slacks off the red coat that he was wearing.
Very well. I promise I would never wear one of these again. And I take it and I kind of like carry it over my forearm like a waiter would carry a serving cloth. I don't put it on immediately.
Mhm. Anybody else going with Hawkins?
Dom will go. He's got his red cloak on, and he looks back at Silvers, thinking about all the damage he took. You know, he was unscathed through the whole thing until Silvers decided to go ape mad crazy and got messed up. I'll come with you. You'll need help carrying out supplies.
Ronald will go too.
Okay. So number 1 and Nathan then will probably stay back with you, Dutch, unless you give them orders to do otherwise.
They're both. Do they look like they've taken any licks in the melee?
Not much.
Right.
Minor wounds. They're down.
Whoever looks like that has the strongest back, I'd send with the group.
Probably number 1.
Yeah. So I'd send number 1 along with them.
Okay. That's good. He probably prefers to stick with Dom anyway.
Excellent.
Yeah, Dom is back to his old routine where he's sucking up to number 1. How's it going, sir? Gives him some rations. You know, he's always making sure he's happy.
Mm-hmm. Roll another language check for me, Dom.
5.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
When he's handing out rations, Ronald is staring at them. What the hell?
Ronald, it's called coming prepared. If you're going to get shipwrecked, you should at least have a backup plan. And he'll throw him a small piece of ration. And he'll give some to Dutch now that he's caught, and to Silvers.
Well,
He marks it in his book. He puts that in his book.
And
Silvers came
Dutch
We're
will give
always up for a surprise.
Dutch will give a little bit of his to Nathan, who's staying behind with him or whatever.
Shall we
I
go?
take-
There's plenty of food that way.
Yeah, I start to walk forward, looking as if I'm determined to lead the way, and then I stop abruptly and just turn to the side and wait for you guys to catch up. I've already forgotten the direction. And then we get there.
It's pretty easy. Just walk up the beach.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
So I'd still stop and wait for them to overtake me.
Yeah. So, as you do so, as you guys are approaching the village, you can see that there's still smoke rising up from the ruins of the village. There's still some smoldering going on there, but not a lot. There's still like smoke or steam coming up out of the crevices in the ground, that were created by the earthquakes, the multiple earthquakes that happened last night. You can see the big rock hand is now just resting limply in the middle of the camp, so it's no longer moving. You see a lot of dead, but you don't see any other movement in the camp.
When Ronald passes one of those crevices, he looks to the others and says, "We really need the claw back. We need someone to rein that guy in."
That is true, but it is a entertaining day we've had.
True.
Entertaining. That's one word for it. You're gonna search around amongst the ruins, see what you can find, what you can scrape up.
I'll go for the large tent.
Okay. Well, the large tent is in the crevasse that the giant rock hand is sticking out of. So if you want, you can
Don't
climb
go
down.
for the large tent.
Oh, okay. So you can climb down there if you wish.
Okay? Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
You have to roll?
No. You can just take it easy. Be careful. And get down there.
Okay.
I think you have like 1 or 2 hit points left. I'm not going to be too cruel.
3.
3. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, you
Yeah.
can keep them for now. So
Thanks.
you're welcome. You crawl down.
Search around.
You can find, like the remains of the frame of the tent and a little bit of the the actual material that didn't burn up. You will find a chest in there.
Hey,
The
come up here.
captain's belongings.
Is it big?
It's decent sized, yeah.
Can I open it?
Sure you can.
What's in
Um,
it?
Silver. Lots of silver.
Silver. Silver down here.
Dom will then scale his way down after hearing that.
You also find the ship's rudders from, I think it was called the English Pride, that merchantman ship that blew up, the one that was used as the bait for your trap.
We found what, the rudders?
Yeah, the rudders. The rudders are something that navigators would keep. That was like their own kind of personal, sea maps and stuff. It shows like different tide levels and different places to watch out for, shallows and things of that sort. They were very,
Right.
very carefully guarded.
Identifications and such. We're going to need some of that if we're going to, in hopes of fooling these British that come to rescue this lot. We will need something to use. Any identification papers, please bring them forth.
I'll put it in my bag. Everything I find. How much silver is it?
715 pieces.
Okay, I don't put it in my bag. I call for Dom.
Dom's already, when she said silver, he's
already climbing down.
hustling down there. Yeah, shit-eating grin on his face. I'll help you catch this, and he starts shoving it in the bags that he's got.
I thought so.
I thought you were always a good companion of ours. Good job, Ronald.
Thank you. Anything else?
You find the captain's body and several other bodies down here. The captain's saber, his musket. Let me just check something here. But it's broken.
The saber itself, it has like a different hilt or something that would identify it as a captain's saber.
Yeah, I'd say so. You can call it an English captain's saber.
Very good. Being that I was a regular in the Royal Navy at one point, I would recognize that immediately if the body was visible.
Mm-hmm.
Ronald,
Yeah, slightly more decorative hilt and all.
be a good lad and grab that fancy sword there, will you?
For whom? For the captain.
Not for the captain. Again, it is something we can use to potentially get us on a ship if there was a rescue ship coming.
Yeah, I'll take it. Does he have a nice hat? Like a captain's hat somewhere between?
Yeah. But he had his big puffy white wig thing, and his captain's hat. His captain's hat there. It's pretty badly damaged. It's probably crushed a bit, but you can try to fix it, I suppose.
Oh yeah, I'll take it and put it on my head.
Okay, you have an English captain's hat.
Great.
If I might, when
Slightly crushed.
when the group was walking towards the encampment to search it, and Dutch is there with Morris and the still writhing Silvers, as they disappear, Dutch, he can't help but think of a fish like floundering on the deck when he's looking at Silvers, and he says, "Morris, help me, good man. We're not going to drown Silvers, but help me get him to the shoreline." And he just wants to get him there and just like, even if only to shock him back awake, but also just see if the seawater does him any good. So he's like, just in the surf.
Yeah, I get you. It doesn't, though.
Okay. And that's all. He's like, I guess he's not a merman yet.
We shouldn't leave him here. When the tide comes in, he'll drown.
And yeah, after splashing a bunch of seawater on his false gills, he will bring him back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Now, let me see here, you guys. Okay, so Ronald is down in the pit where the captain's tent was, and Dom's down there with him, her, him.
Him, her. I'm standing up on top of
Yes.
the pit, and I'm definitely kind of bent over looking down, but I'm not down there myself.
Gotcha. Okay. You'll hear number one shouting out something in language none of you understand.
I turned to see if I could see what he's
He's
Getting on the
pointing
boat.
out to the sea.
Alright, look in
And you
that
look out
direction.
there, you see sail. Several sails, in fact. Well, several sails on one ship. You see a large ship.
Ship approaching.
Yeah, exactly.
I yell down into the hole.
Hawkins,
Can we
see if
see?
you can get the gather the others, if you will. It might take us a moment or two to climb out of here.
You want me to double back for the captain and the others?
I would appreciate that. Yes.
Did you see the flag?
Can I see the flag from my vantage point from the distance?
You could if you had the spyglass.
Which we do not. The captain still has it.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, Ronald, cannot make out what it is.
Let's
But
see where it's going for. I'll
It's-
stay here.
It's coming in this direction.
It is indeed.
Oh,
And,
English would be my guess. English Island. English rescue signal. But I
it
will.
looks like a pretty big ship too. It's not quite as big as the Aurelia's. It's called Aurelia's Cruelty, but it's big nonetheless.
he looks over the rim if he can and says down to the others, I'd like to imagine that's our new ship, my friends.
We are weakened and low in number. Our priority should be getting on the ship and not in shackles. Gather up that captain's gear and see if we can create a plan, shall we? I doubt, however, young Ronald, that you will be passing as the captain. A little light in the years, I would think. And with that, I turn and I start to scurry up the beachhead back towards the others.
Okay. What about uniforms? You
Yeah.
guys were talking about getting those uniforms, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna grab uniforms, rations if we can find some before they get to us.
How many are we now?
There are 1, 2, 3. There are 7 of you left. Oh, you do eventually, searching amongst the ruins, you find Davy. Actually, somebody, let's see, who finds Davy? I'll say Dom does. Dom, roll a d6. Roll a medicine check for me, Dom. Sorry.
Okay. Excuse me. 6.
A 6, yeah. Okay, he's alive, and you're able to keep him alive. He's not in a very good way. He's badly burned, and you can see he's been shot in the arm. But yeah.
Dom will hesitate a moment, weighing the pros and cons of another mouth to feed. He'll slap him awake. He'll grab him. He'll yell out to Ronald, I found our missing friend. Let's load him up on whatever we're doing to haul the stuff out.
Can we carry all our stuff? Maybe? Is it possible? If we load up some uniforms over our shoulders? Is that possible?
Is there enough scrap that we could do kind of like a to haul, kind of like a broken down wheelbarrow, put a bunch of items on it and just haul on a plank board or
you could do something like that. Yeah.
Do we have so many items?
Well, you got a
food
big chest
maybe.
full of silver, and you're
Yeah,
looking for food. You can find lots of food. You'll find lots of muskets and shot. You might even find some powder that wasn't completely burnt up in the inferno last night. Not much, but you might find a powder horn or 2.
Yeah.
We'll gather up what we can. I mean, Dutch should be on his way back to us.
Yeah.
I mean, take him a while before they get here. The English. I don't look English, so.
What do you want to do with this chest full of treasure?
Well, Dom's loading up his bag. He's loading up his pockets. He's gonna make sure he gets it out of here. And he doesn't want to carry the chest. It's
Okay, cool.
Isn't it pretty big?
Yeah, it's pretty good size.
He'll grab it. He'll find another backpack or something he can load up the other half in. We'll need someone to help carry this out.
Well, that's
Never
like
walk away.
14.5 pounds worth of coin.
I guess I'd be encumbered then. Encumbered.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's bothering Dom much. He'll go slow, he'll take his time, sweat it out, set it down.
Ronald says to him, we could divide it between the 3 of us, Dom. We're not running.
My young friend, Dom says, there are others here. I know Dutch will know this, so we should divvy up some now and give the rest to the crew as they get here. You know, 2
If
for
you
us,
think
1 for
so.
them, 4 for us. But Hawkins was here too. We got to make sure we cover all our bases. I have much to teach you about economics.
Hmm.
You're a wise man.
And now that you've managed to save Davy's life, there's 8 of you.
Dom kind of winces when he remembers that.
Hmm. So when Hawkins comes back to you, Dutch, he probably moved pretty quick. So I'd say, yeah, it's not that far. You're not that far away, right? So it's maybe 10 minutes away. So you come back, he'll come running back and say to you, yeah, there's a ship approaching, and he'll be able to point, and you'll be able to see it actually if you look out now.
And Dutch will quickly just knock down the one support to the little lean-to that was made, just to sort of knock it down, and he'll get to his head under Silver's arm and have Morris help him.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'd say Hawkins brought back some uniforms too, right? So some red coats or whatever, so you could.
Oh yeah, we'll slide Silver's into one, and we'll throw one on each of our own backs as well, Morris and myself.
Mm-hmm. No problem. And then you're gonna head towards the village.
Yeah, and I guess
towards
Dutch
the
will
camp.
slick his hair back, try and make himself look presentable.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, head right back.
If I recall correctly, you had a pretty thick Dutch accent, didn't you, Dutch?
Indeed.
Yeah, thought so.
And the night previous, I ran a bunch of dirt through my hair too, so
Yeah.
I probably look pretty bad.
Nathan is actually English. So is Davies, so they'll be okay. They'll be able to pass as English with no problem. Number 1 definitely won't. He's an Indian. You're Dutch. Ronald is Dutch as well, wasn't he?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Dom's Spanish. Silver's, I want to say Silver's was Dutch as well.
I think we'll have to
Silver's is
present
Dutch.
Hawkins as the captain, but
Hawkins is English, yep. Okay. Yeah, Silver's is still in that fitful sleep. No sign of waking up. Yep. So you can bring him back to the camp, and the ship's getting closer. And at this stage, actually, the ship is probably laying anchor and preparing to send boats ashore.
How many?
Deploy 10 boats.
Okay. Not an option.
It's a big, big ship. Oh, it's closer now, too. You can see the flag. It is indeed flying the flag of the Cross of St. George, so it's an English ship. The ship type, yeah, you guys are all seamen, so it's what's known as a flag galleon. It's a big combat galleon ship. A little bit smaller than the ship of the line, but it looks like it's got 16 cannons to a broadside to each side. Oh no, I'm sorry. I take that back. It has 20 on each side.
So have we all gathered back together?
Yes, you're all back together in the camp. I know Troy's AFK, but
Dom will turn to Dutch. What shall we do, boss?
you see Dutch is draining a salvaged bottle of liquor, and he says, well, it's been a pleasure thus far, gentlemen. Ron. And what any ideas? Do we let them envelop us? Do we try to do something to see if they bring us in?
We could try to bullshit our way aboard
Yeah.
and then try to take the captain hostage and free us later on, or maybe
Failed
a while before another ship
assassinations
comes.
are my specialty.
Ronald points at the hat he's wearing and the saber he took from the captain and points then at the uniforms. Maybe we can really bullshit our way in.
I think you're both right. And I guess Dutch would sort of look to Hawkins if he's ready, if he's willing to put on the guise of a captain or a prominent English position.
Should not be difficult, Dutch. I've been there before. It's only 5 years removed. Pass the stuff here, boy. Unless you want to do it yourself.
Yeah, he gives him the saber and the hat and puts it on his head, actually, and makes
I'll
it look
return
good.
it. I'll return it in good time, my friend.
Yeah, want it back.
No
Snuck
doubt.
out.
So I start prancing around and start to walk. Get used to wearing this red coat once more. It's been a few years.
In Dutch, he takes off one of his 2 silver daggers with fancy sheath, and he gives it to as well to Hawkins to sort of put on more of the clout of an officer to have a fine blade like that alongside his saber.
Oh, wait. I've got that cool brandy, right?
Yeah, you do. The crystal
yeah.
decanter, the crystal glasses.
Yeah. He takes that out for luck and passes the bottle around. It's
Well,
a
I was
crystal
sweet.
decanter.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really worth a shitloads of silver pieces.
It
Yeah.
is very nice.
For any that cannot pass as British sailors, we should have them incapacitated. Treat them as if they're wounded sailors, or better yet, potentially wounded future prisoners.
And
He looks to Dom. I do not think you will pass the test, my friend.
Yeah, but I am not going to be shackled, my young companion. Maybe, and then he'll get dirty. He'll put his hair in one of the hats, rub dirt all over his face. He'll go to an injured Englishman, dig his hand in for some blood, and he'll kind of put it around his neck, and he'll make himself look like he's a damaged sailor. He'll wrap his bandage around his eyes and his neck, as much skin as he can cover. Put on gloves.
Good idea. Good.
Yep.
But
Just
he'll
keep
got it where he
the,
can still see and act. He's got his weapons under his red coat,
keep
but
your
he's all
tongue-
bloodied up.
Keep your tongue, my friend, and you might just pass.
I've been in their jails before.
The
And he'll
only other
smile.
one that is really going to have trouble passing is going to be number 1.
Right.
Click.
He's our slave? Is slavery illegal in England right now?
No. England is
Oh.
very, very, very hard on, full steam ahead on slavery. Yep. Only the French and the Dutch have now just begun to kind of outlaw slavery.
Our paid servant.
The Spanish and the English are both very pro-slavery.
Tie his hands.
I'll go to number 1 and try to do our communication. I'm trying to calm him down. How do I go about this? Kind of using the rudimentary stuff we've been communicating with. I'm trying to get him to calm down and let himself be captured, but I'm pointing at the thing, saying, no, not for long. Wait.
I'm looking all around the encampment here too. The death and destruction that's all about. I'm assuming it looks quite unnatural, yes, with all the earthquakes and everything else that's going on.
Yeah, it looks like there was some kind of crazy sorcery going on here. Yeah, for sure. With the
So
giant
really-
stone hands sticking up out of the ground, like just
That's still there. That doesn't dissipate.
still there.
afterwards?
It's now just gone back to stone, but it's
Oh.
shaped hand. So
So how do you expect us to explain all of this?
There was a witch. They attacked us, destroyed most of the men, and we are the survivors. And your local guide or your local slave is the last of what we have.
We're heroes.
it is known that the crew of the Silver Devil had a witch aboard.
We can blame him, and then I'll do the same to Silver, so I'll bloody him up and just make him look really nasty. Like nobody will come and touch him, but he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still unconscious and writhing in pain, so it's not too hard. Yeah.
We will gauge the numbers on the ship, see if we can overtake it with force. If not, shall we plead for safe passage to the next port? It shouldn't be far. These are all English lands.
If you think you can get away with it, I would agree. if we can hold the captain hostage, if he's well known to his men, then we could get returned to Tortuga.
Yeah, that's what we should go for.
But let's play it by ear, El Capitan.
I'm going to retcut a little bit. Say instead of deploying 10 boats, they're going to deploy 3. Given the scene that they can see from the ship, they don't think it's going to be necessary for the entire. They're not here. They're not recovering the entire crew of English Pride.
That's still probably 10 to 1 numbers. 3 boats.
Being an ex-English sailor, I would know what the proper protocol would be for visual cues for the landing parties to show them that we are friendlies and looking for rescue. So
Yeah, no
white
problem.
flag or whatever it would be.
Yeah, 2 of the boats only have like 2 people in each of them, whereas the third boat
really?
is full. The third boat has like 12 Marines in it, basically.
Okay, so I got us doubled out, I guess. Roughly.
Yeah.
So I stand there pompously with my 2 hands rested upon the captain's saber, waiting patiently for them to land.
And a man will come forward and say, he'll kind of like.
Acknowledge my.
He's wearing a rank. He obviously is. You'd say this is probably the first mate. He says, he introduces himself as Officer Ross. He says, and who might you be?
I'm Captain Henry Hawkins. It's good to meet you. We are most pleased that your ship has seen our signal and come up on this beach.
What has happened here? And where's Captain Armstrong?
Captain Armstrong did not make the assault. We were attacked in the night. This is all that is left.
What attacked you? He's looking around and kind of like wide-eyed at the destruction.
It was unlike anything we've seen before. All hell was unleashed here. Magics.
Where are the
We were-
attackers?
Most have been slain. Some escaped, but we were unable to pursue.
Slay the witch or sorcerer?
Yes, it has fallen.
We should take the body. Certainly, Captain Lin will want to see it.
The body would not be Come, I must show you. And I go walk over towards the big stone hand.
Mm-hmm.
Behold, this is what remains of the sorcerer.
This is the remains of the sorcerer, this gigantic stone hand?
Yes,
How
it's
strange.
strange
Perhaps-
indeed.
Perhaps the captain will want to come ashore and see this for herself.
Herself?
Yes, Captain Lin. I told you.
Oh, sorry, I was taken aback when you said that she was female. It's quite uncommon.
Yeah, you know that some of the English ships have their own witches, and oftentimes they serve as the captains.
Right. Well, if your captain would like to come ashore, I am in no position to stop her, but this place is treacherous, dangerous. We lost
how many
70 men by my count.
How many people live? By the way, there's 90 English bodies, just so you know.
90.
There were 90 of them. Although not all the bodies are here. The ones that turned into ice revenants, they all melted. They're gone. And some fell into crevasses and are missing, of course, as well. So, yeah.
So what is there? 6 of us standing, 2 injured, 1 mortally, almost mortally so, and we have 1 slave remaining of the ones that were shipwrecked or came ashore.
You've got basically Silvers and Davy are both pretty much unconscious. Ronald is walking wounded. He's still conscious, but he's hurt for sure. Dom, only slight minor injury, if I recall correctly. Dutch is a walking wound.
One
basically.
hip.
Yeah. Number 1 is healthy. He's got like a couple scratches or something. As is Nathan Morris. He's in pretty decent shape too.
So we have 5 walking, able men. 1 or 2 injured, and this one. We can leave him here if you choose. He has little value.
Which one is that? The slave you gesture towards?
Of course. Who else would I be referring to?
Hmm.
But I would insist your captain not come to this island. One of ours has fallen ill. The other is gravely injured.
Ill? How ill? What's happened to him?
He's just got a tropical disease. He's sick. It happened in the night.
Hmm. We'll have to leave him behind.
Oh, that cannot happen. I'm sorry. You must, maybe your captain should come ashore.
Yeah, well, if the captain authorizes it, fine, but I'm not taking some diseased individual aboard our ship.
We've been around and we have not contracted anything. But if you have a doctor that could see it as I see it, then yes, he's valuable to me.
Fine. We can take some back now if you wish. Those who need attention most. Not that one, though, and he gestures towards the writhing silvers on the ground. That one stays here until the captain authorizes.
My men have been through a lot. We will stay together if that's okay by you.
As you wish, Captain. I'll leave my security detachment here with you in case any more trouble comes.
That would be most appreciated. Thank you very much.
And so he'll depart with one of the boats and a couple of the men that will row him back. The 12 Marines will stay, as will a couple of other sailors.
So I see Dom is sitting over, pretending to be, wounded. I'm gonna go over and crouch down beside him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Dom's dressed up as if he's a lot more wounded than he actually is. Yeah.
Right. So I'm pretending to be like checking on him to see if he's gotten any worse. Let's say to play the ruse for the newcomers. But I'm gonna ask him, what do you think? Did you see anything in the body language to think we should expect trouble?
You should always expect trouble, my friend. We are behind enemy lines. Your first mate probably is going to talk to the captain. I would not have gone with the sickness.
Yes.
It's going to scare them.
In retrospect.
Dom will smile. When you're going to lie, my friend, you must go with it at full force. You did well. Our best option is to take the captain, and if they have a witch, to kill her. We can't let Silvers get looked at by a doctor. I don't think he's going to miss the fishy smell and the slime that he's producing.
Maybe he should be left behind.
No, that is Prophet. He'll look over towards Silvers, making sure he whispers now. You never leave Prophet behind. Greed is eternal, my friend. It's in the rules. So just keep playing the part, and we'll protect you.
Very well.
Good lines.
How many are left behind this contingent that he left here?
12 Marines and 2 sailors.
All right, so we're still greatly outnumbered by able men there.
Oh, the Marines are all carrying muskets and wearing sabers as well. They're in full uniform.
If we can get aboard, I do have a few poisoned bottles of rum we could hand out, if that would work. But at this time, we're too suspicious.
Yes, of course we are. I
But
don't
good
like
luck.
our odds. I will not be in chains.
You cannot make a profit if you're captured.
Should we make a run for it?
I don't see why we should do that now. We've already begun the play.
Very well. We will follow through. I'll just go back to standing on the beach waiting for the ship. Go
By
ahead.
the way, who amongst you was injured but not below half hit points?
Dom has taken 4 out of 20.
Okay. Dom, you would have gotten a hit point back from the night's rest.
Cool.
Okay.
What did my kid do with my pen?
I'm very nervous at this point. You can see beads of sweat forming on my brow and starting to drip down my face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel good about this. I don't have optimistic outlook on how this is going to play out.
Does
I can say
anybody
the
wanna
right word.
Does anybody want to try to do another medicine check to maybe hopefully get Silver's conscious before the witch captain arrives?
Dominic
Can
will
we
actually
try
go over
again
there.
together?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
let you try again together.
He'll grab Ron and shall we go? He's being quiet. He's limping over.
Hmm.
I guess I'll be the medic for this English
Okay.
crew.
If you want, roll d6 plus 3.
+3. 8.
Yep. Okay, Silvers, you will be shocked to consciousness. You've been having nightmares of the battle for, oh, I don't know, how long has it been? The last 15, 16 hours at least, anyway.
Ian, before we wake him, I will have his mouth covered so he doesn't scream or make any noise, give his
Cool.
Dutch accent away.
Sure. Grant.
I try to find anyone that might be in the leadership role of the ones left behind, and I approach them.
Yeah, one of the Marines is, probably in charge.
This Captain Linham, your crew, you come here by way of which port? Port of call?
Oh, let me look at my map. We come from Nassau.
Nassau. That's just north of here, yes?
Northwest, yes.
How many days?
From here to Nassau?
Yes.
2.
Sorry.
2 days if the weather's good.
So you were in the area when you saw the signal then?
I'm sorry?
You were in the area when you saw the SOS call from the beach. The fire.
Yes, no, we were deployed. We were told that we would be coming here to recover your crew. After Blackthorn sprung his trap. We were to be the recovery team. Blackthorn is the captain of the Aurelius Cruelty. Sorry,
yeah.
so your character.
No, I don't know any of this personally, so this is
Sorry,
all
it came up in
lost to me.
Came up in game in Tortuga, but maybe you weren't there. So
I'm definitely not there, so I don't know anything about what the English role was with this vampire ship.
okay.
They were in cahoots with the vampire ship?
Well, he's an English captain, yes.
Very well. We're happy you arrived when you have. We were here, we were waiting, but we did not anticipate the attack.
We got news from the Cruelty that the Silver Devil was destroyed. Do you believe this to have been some surviving members who sprung this attack on you?
I have no way of knowing. There were no... Only thing that I can say that there was magic thrown about the beach, many lost lives. The attack was at night. Many of us were left unconscious, and only by that sake alone were we found ourselves the next morning alive. I did not see any attackers.
Who finished off the sorcerer, do you think?
Whoever it was, he does not live now, or he does not take claim to it.
Be completely honest with you, this sorcery business makes me very uneasy.
Me as well. I know little about it. Only its destructive powers. And I look around the beach, and I shake my head and try to put on this facade of being devastated by the loss of my 90-plus men.
I would suggest you tread carefully with the captain. She can be very moody. She's a very dangerous woman. Powerful witch.
I do not have looked for quarrel with the captain, only safe passage to the nearest port. Do you think she will honor us with that, us British soldiers alike.
So I don't see any reason why she shouldn't, as long as you don't offend her. Are you there, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Silvers is conscious now. Dom's got his hand over his mouth. Like I said, you've been having nightmares for the last like 16 hours or so about the battle. But yeah.
Dom will reach over, whisper into your ear, Captain, we are in a peculiar position. Hawkins is playing captain of the remaining English here. You are a damaged Englishman. I've got you wrapped up in red robes and everything else. Please don't spoil our opportunity for wealth. But please sit up, and I'll help him kind of put his head up so he can see what's going on and underneath all his bandages. And has he stopped shivering and stuff?
Once he wakes up, yeah, the shivers and the writhing stops.
Is he still looking like a fish man?
Oh yeah, no, he's still covered in those transparent scales, and in fact, well, I'll wait till he speaks. I take it you take your hand off of his mouth, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let him talk. And don't take off the bandages, whatever you do. And he'll kind of gimp over where he can protect the captain, if need be.
So you won't realize it immediately, Andrew, but Silvers now has a forked tongue and will have a lizard-like timbre to his voice. You're actually part lizard.
So, okay.
Just to let you know.
I feel like I have a hoarse voice. What happened?
Dom kind of looking at that and that, seeing that tongue. If he does, he's kind of stopped for words for about 5 or 6 seconds. Wow. We're trying to sneak on that ship. He'll kind of mention, use his head over. We've got some Marines here watching us. We're going to try to take the ship if you don't go nuts again. We're going to try to use some subterfuge. If not, it might get a little hairy. No offense.
Just
no
don't speak. Don't speak.
Shut up, Ronald, or I will kill you.
Yes, Captain.
I think those are the demons in his head speaking.
No, I don't think so.
And you hear a deep basso voice come out and say, "It wasn't me."
I'm watching the Marines that I'm having a private conversation with and seeing if they're reacting to any of the stuff that's going on in the
No,
background.
they don't. The Silvers has moved away. Like they actually made you guys kind of keep him away because they're afraid that his disease might be communicable.
Silvers will say,
Give me something to use the shawl.
You're already bandaged up, Captain. You look like a mummy.
I need it to go over my mouth. Something is wrong.
as my forked tongue like whips in front of my eyes.
Ronald rips off a piece of his shirt and gives it to him.
Yep, I'm gonna wrap my head in it.
Okay.
Before I apply the bandage, I say,
Tell them I lost my voice.
You and I both, Captain.
We'll talk about this later.
Okay. And he kind of slinks over a little bit.
And yeah, Dutch gives him an extra inch or two. He slinks away just a bit while he's sitting there amongst the wounded men.
He does put his 2 backpacks on the other side, so he's in between. His body's in between the captain and his silver.
Okay. So another boat then starts to come to the shore. So it's got the first officer and the captain aboard. The captain stands at the very front, and you can see her as it comes in. She's wearing like a white it's almost like kind of like a dress. You know, it's got a tight belt maybe around the waist, but and she's got like really light blondish hair, kind of flowing in the wind as she comes in, and she's looking through a spyglass at the shore. She's obviously watching you guys from the front of the boat, and there's another about 10 Marines in the boat with her and the first mate as they approach. You're muted, Troy. I think you're talking, but oh no, you're not talking to us. He's talking to somebody else. Okay.
So yeah, I step forward with the Marines and greet the captain as she gets out of the ship. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
That's awesome.
Is that Silver's? Oh man.
It's too good. So yeah, I just greet her in a proper protocol for her.
She'll come down off the boat as it pulls up and she'll come walking forward. Let's just say, Captain Hawkins, is it? I understand
That's correct,
you're
ma'am.
taking command of the ship and crew after the death of Captain Armstrong?
This is correct, ma'am.
Where is Captain Armstrong? I will need to take his body back.
I am on shore, ma'am. There's many buried. There's still many strewn about. We haven't gotten to burying them all.
We'll have to stay at least a night, perhaps an extra day. We will see to cleaning up the bodies as best we can here. Can't just leave them here to rot. We'll bury them properly.
We will do what we can to assist, ma'am.
I'm told you have a situation, a disease, contamination.
Seems the man is no longer unconscious, ma'am. He seems to be recovering. We've been around him since he was fallen ill. All of us are will. He seems to be recovering. I fear it was just a wound festered from, maybe caught something from the neighbor or from the island itself. Not a disease per se, more a infection, ma'am.
Show me this man. I must speak to him and determine whether or not he is safe to bring aboard. I'll presume. Well, Dutch, what did you want to say?
Well, I was just going to say Dutch would sort of clear the way as the two officers are making their way towards us.
So my choices are to bring this lady to the lizard fork tongue speaking captain, or Dom, who's also pretending to be injured and ill. Is there a third option of someone else that can play the role in a pinch here?
Well, the Marines here already know that Silvers was the one with the disease.
Right. Very well. Jig is up.
As does the first mate, who's also here.
He's heavily bandaged, ma'am. He took gravest wounds in the fight. He fought well. This way.
Okay.
Start walking over in that general direction.
Yeah.
But the captain, ma'am, as we walk by the pit, I believe someone mentioned that they saw.
Who's got the captain's sword and hat anyway? No.
I do. I'm playing the role.
That's right, you do, yeah.
I don't know if there's specific engravings saying to ownership to the other captain or not, but I'm using it.
If you have it, then it's,
The captain's tent was here, ma'am. And I look at the pit. I'm trying to distract her so she doesn't carry on with wanting to see Silvers in this moment.
She gestures some of the Marines and says, "Men, go. Here, find the body of Captain Armstrong."
He's going to be stripped down with no clothes on. But he would have been sleeping in his tent, so he probably wouldn't have had any clothes on anyway.
Yeah, he was in his skivvies, right? So.
Right.
So some of them were doing that.
Well, I think that tent burned a little bit too.
Right. As you can see, ma'am, we were under great distress.
Hmm.
There was a sorcerer or magic afoot. They came at us in the night before we could react. Half of my men were laid low. Many fell shortly thereafter.
Hmm.
I myself was knocked unconscious, and only through that was left behind. Maybe they thought I was dead. I don't know. But when I awoke,
Are you wounded? You're not wounded at all, are you?
no.
Okay. Well, show me this man, Silvers. Perhaps, sorry, Silvers. Show me this man with the illness. Perhaps we can help him.
Well, this way, ma'am. I walk forward.
Hmm. So you're taking her to him, yeah?
I have no choice.
Okay. So Silvers, you'll see them approaching. You guys can all be there if you want, just so you're all kind of in one spot.
Dom just be a few steps away. He limped away from him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll be where he could defend Silvers if need be or interfere.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is the man? What's your name, sir?
Silvers will kind of like bow, and he'll shake his head and point at his mouth.
Take off the bandages. I'll see if I can help.
He acts like he's trying to take off the bottom one, but then like winces like it's so painful that it's going to make him pass out to do it.
And Dutch will jump in like he's trying to stop him, and but he won't say anything. He went, oh, just like trying to get him to not hurt himself so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we're going down in hell, let's go out in style. Dom will kind of stand over like he's assisting Silvers, and he'll basically he's going to try to whisper and grunt at the same time when he speaks. So that way he kind of covers what maybe he's got hit to the throat. He's got all that blood and stuff at his throat, and he'll my lady, really slow. He's trying to not have his accent show.
Okay.
Not sick. Sorcery. Hit by sorcery. She's going to take off his bandages and stuff.
Right. She kind of gives pause and looks at him. And she'll reach out to try and touch you, Silvers.
Silvers will like at first act like he's recoiling away, but then lower his head and stick his hand out.
Mm-hmm. And as she touches you, you can feel the magic pulsing through her. And she can feel it pulsing through you as well. And her eyes widen. And her lips begin to part, and she reaches for her weapon.
Initiative, huh?
Okay.
I swing the oar.
Nice. Okay, initiative it is. Pull back up the chat thing so I can see your.
Now, have I recovered all my spells?
No. You have to study, don't you? You have to prepare.
I think it's just a day of rest, isn't it?
No, you have to study them.
I think it's study to change, isn't it?
Let me see. Let me just double check.
I'm pretty sure that's how it is, but yeah, I don't recall exactly that you only study to change.
Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, you recovered them.
Excellent.
Lucky
You have
one.
the same ones you had prepared before. So 2 rock speeches and 2 miasmas, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's see. Let's look at these initiatives. Okay, did everybody post theirs? I'm missing one. Someone.
Oh, it's mine. Sorry. It is 7.
Okay, so first is going to be Dutch. You see her reaching for her sword, and her mouth is open. She's about to exclaim out in alarm.
I'll see if his silver dagger can fit in her mouth.
Okay, roll the hit.
Oh, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
No. So you
Cool.
stab at her, but she dodges her head in such a way.
That's Dutch's turn.
Okay. Next is Silver's on 7.
Are we still standing around these like great crevices of rock?
Yeah, you're not terribly far from the one with the big stone hand sticking up out of it.
Is there any stone like real close to me?
Sure.
All right, I want to cast Rock Speak and make 2 hands come up and clap on her,
Okay.
and I'll expedite it.
Yeah, roll a d6, see if you cause an earthquake.
I do not.
Now we're going to determine how much damage with that. Okay, so the 2 hands come up and try to clasp at her. But they miss. She dodges aside. She jumps back out of their reach as they close on each other, with her just nimbly getting out of the way. Who's next? All the 5s. So we'll go with you first, Micah. What about Ronald?
Or on the head.
Yeah, right, or to the face. Here we go.
17.
Well, that'll hit her for sure. You smack her right in the face, just as she jumps back away from these clasping hands. So roll damage.
6.
Okay. Yeah, you give her a good whack. I'm going to call her. She's just Captain Lynn. So 6 points damage. Yeah, you hit her pretty good. She's still up, though. She's just bleeding now from the nose and mouth. And we'll go next one down would be Dom.
Dom's looking at the situation. Where is she in relevance to us? Pretty far? Backed away a few?
Well, now she's probably about 10 feet away since she jumped back from these hands. She was touching Silvers a moment ago.
We'll kind of go in and we will take our dagger out and try to approach her and try to stab her where we go stomach to stomach.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay. 15?
Yeah, that's going to hit. Give me damage.
For 6 points.
Nicely done. She's hurt. She's still standing, but she's hurt. And next is Hawkins.
All right, seeing that Dom went into her, chest to chest with the dagger buried into her stomach. Instead of trying to attack her herself, I'm actually going to go and try to tackle Dom from the back, bringing himself and her to the ground.
Okay.
How do you want me to do that?
You're trying to tackle her?
Tackle him from behind, so that it's trapping her underneath him and myself.
Right.
Because he's chest to chest with her, right?
Yeah. So I guess that would be like a grab.
Sure.
Strength check?
I don't know. Do they have contested strength checks in this?
It's I think it's actually contested attack rolls. You get your attack bonus and your strength.
That's fair enough. We can do that. But you don't get attack bonus for your strength in this version. But
Right.
So we'll just roll off on the d20 then. Is that what you want to say?
go for it. Yep. Add your melee attack. She's got a.
I got 18. You got 19?
I got an 18 plus 1. Yeah. Did you add your
yeah.
melee attack?
I don't have melee attack. I only have firearms and guards, so she beat me by +1.
Oh, barely. So you kind of jump on Dom and go for it, but she pushes back off a bit and maintains her feet, hand still on the rapier, and then it's her turn. So she shouts out, "Treachery! The sorcerer is here!" which gets the attention of the Marines. The Marines all snap to attention with it and grab their muskets. And rather than draw her rapier and attack, instead she will try to do a. Oh yeah, you guys are right there. She'll do malevolence because she can hit both Hawkins and Dom at the same time. So you guys both need to make magic saves. Just let me know if you passed or failed.
46. Out of the 46, I've got 2 6s and 2 2s, so...
One 6 for me. And a bunch of 4s and such, but 1 6.
Oh, in fact, yeah, Ronald actually smacked her in the face with the thing as well. And what about you, Justin? What did you do this round to her? Oh, you missed. But you were in melee.
But she did back off from the
she
stone
backed
hands
off
weapon.
after you attacked. Yeah, so you and Silvers are still away from her. So it's just Ron, Dom, and so Ronald will need to make a magic save as well. So sorry, how many 6s did you get, Dom?
2.
2. Okay, so that means you take half damage.
Uh-oh. Mm-mm.
Did you fail?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. We may have another injury chart roll for Ronald here in a moment. And how about you, Troy? How did you do on your saving throw for Hawkins? 1, so you'll take 3/4 damage. Okay. Okay, half damage for Dom is going to be 6. 3/4 damage for Hawkins is going to be 9. And then Ronald will take the brunt of it. So basically, it's 11 points for Ronald. As she blasts out, she puts her hand on a rapier, but she puts her other hand forward, and she shoots this cone of ice out, and these icicles start engulfing and wrapping around all of you, cutting your skin, and kind of freezing you, chilling you at the same time. I know Ronald goes down, so you'll need to roll a d20 for me, Micah.
6.
6. Oops, I'm looking in the wrong place. Here's my...
I don't want to lose a limb.
Nope, it's a chest wound. So you take an icicle right through the chest as you drop to the ground, impaled on it. Now the wound will heal eventually, but your constitution is going to be permanently reduced by 2 points.
What?
Yes.
Oh,
no. What was your constitution before?
13.
13, so that brings it down to an 11. I believe that makes you hit dice.
Yeah, you get D8 now.
Mm-hmm.
What was your previous hit points?
D10.
29, so 3 levels, -6. Is that right?
Well, you just reduced from D10 to a D8. I'm not going to make you re-roll. I don't think your pre-existing stuff. No, just for future now. You only gain a D8 hit dice.
Cool.
So D10s. Otherwise, it gets kind of messy. Okay. Now it's the next round. Initiative again. Oh, also, I think you get to make a saving throw of some kind. Micah, don't you? If you get down to -4, maybe. In this one, -4, make a saving throw. Oh, yeah, actually make a saving throw on that magic save, Micah. There's actually a chance that you won't get that chest wound. How did you do? You're muted.
1-6.
You got 1-6? Okay, no, it still remains the same then. Same effect. Okay. if you get a full save, it just means you would have just lost 1 hit point permanently. But yeah. Right? Let me see. Am I reading that right? Partial save means yep. Okay, cool. Next. Now, you guys got your initiatives rolled? Yeah. Let's see here. I see. Oh yeah, that starts there. So 7, 7, 5, 3, and she's on 4. So the 7s will go first. That's Dom.
Dom will yell out in a gruel voice, trying to blare out where he's not using his accent. Silvers is here. Kill the witch, and he'll attack her. But he's just screaming, so he's kind of trying to override his accent.
Okay.
19.
That's gonna hit.
4 points.
4 points. There you go. Oh, she's in a bad way. She's hurting really bad. Just not quite dead yet, but nearly. Yeah, Hawkins.
Alright, so I'm going to strike it with my saber. I roll 14.
That will hit.
And rolled a straight 8 on the die.
How much damage?
8 points of damage.
Oh, yeah, you can dispatch her then. Describe
so
how she dies.
After Dom lashes into her, she takes a sidestep. I kick her in the abdomen and she buckles over. And when she does, I put my palm of my hand against the pommel of the captain's saber, which was quite a bit nicer than the one that I had just prior. Mm-hmm. And as she bends over after I kicked her in the stomach, I come down with a downward thrust going into the back of her skull where her neck connects with the base of her head. And protrudes through and comes out of her mouth just like Dutch had hoped to do at the beginning of this engagement.
Ew. Nasty. Okay. Silvers, you get to go before the Marines, who are all kind of turning with muskets in your general direction, preparing to fire.
How many are there?
On you. There were 12 plus 10, 22.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do, just saying with my voice to the hands, provide me cover. I'm going to tell my 2 hands that I summoned out of stone.
Cool. Yep.
And I will lean out around the barricade they make for me and shoot miasma at them.
Right. Okay. Cool. Roll d6 for the miasma.
Oh, shit. Come on. Give me a 1. I got a 1.
Nice. Okay, now roll d10 for me.
Okay. 8.
Okay, it kills 8 of them instantly. Nasty. Cloud of death. So there was 22 of them. You just dropped 8. Okay. The other 14 remaining, actually they won't all be in position to shoot you because some were down in the hole and stuff like that, but I'll say that I'll say 6 guys were down there trying to retrieve the captain's body. So that means there are 8 of them still to fire. So Silvers is hidden behind stone, and there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're still going to shoot at Silvers, they just have less chance to hit. I'm gonna just take 2 shots at each of you in the interest of fairness. So Silvers, what's your armor class? 14, right?
It depends, though, if they took off my buff coat to bandage me.
Yeah, we slipped you into a red coat.
Yeah, so you've got another buff coat on.
So I wouldn't have my helmet, though, so it would be 13 right now.
Okay. Up with the cover, too. I'm going to give you plus. I'm going to say they need a 19 or 20 to hit you. Both shots bounce off the hands. 2 shots at Dom. Well, that was a hit. The other one's a miss, a fumble. The hit does 6 points of damage, though, Dom.
Ouch.
Yeah, you shot you good. And let's see what the fumble causes. Okay, right. So this means that he's basically unarmored against you since he fumbled trying to shoot you. 2 shots at Hawkins. Hawkins, what's your arm class?
Well, I have a buff coat on now too, so 13 is it?
Okay, it's a miss. 2 misses. And 2 shots at Dutch. Armor class Dutch?
12.
2 misses. Wow, I just rolled 4 10s in a row. That's really weird. Okay. Done. You guys, now, those Marines will be drawing their sabers and preparing to charge you next round. The other 6 Marines will be coming up out of the hole and still have a chance to fire. And there's the first mate. He's actually, see here, he's actually taking cover. He's heading for one of the boats with the 2 sailors. So he's going to try to make a hasty retreat. Next round initiative. Okay, I'm rolling really bad initiative for these guys. Looking for yours there, Troy.
Sorry, 8.
8. Okay, you're first there, Hawkins. So you've got those 8 Marines drawing sabers.
I don't think I actually acted in that round, that last one.
You're right, you didn't. So you take your action first, and then we'll go on these initiatives.
All he's going to do is the Captain Lynn, her body's still right at our feet, roughly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'll just try to rifle her, like her utility gear. Does she have any weapons on her belt, or perhaps a book?
Let's see.
Like a pistol, maybe, that hasn't been drawn as well.
No, she doesn't have her book with her, but she definitely has a pistol. Yep.
So I'll pull that, and I'll just start aiming with it then, if that's cool, for that round.
Who are you aiming at?
Waiting for guys to come up out of the hole, I think.
Cool. Okay, so you're aiming towards the hole,
Yep.
waiting for the other gunman to come up. That's correct. No problem. She also has a nice saber too, one of those nice captain sabers, but it's lying on the ground now.
Might go back for that in a future round if I still live.
It's still in the sheath, come to think of it. Yeah, she never drew it, so yeah. Okay, so now it's the next round then, and we go to Hawkins.
I'm going to run towards the Marines that are fleeing for the rowboat again. If I don't have to go past the other ones to do so.
You do have to go past these. So you've got these 8 Marines kind of charging you with their swords drawn. They're between you and the first officer and the 2 sailors, which are heading for the rowboats. And then there's the hole kind of off to your right, and that's where the other 6, will be coming up out of.
So knowing the our captain as much as I do, I have a feeling that that grouping of 8 right in front of me are about to meet their doom soon enough. So I'm going to wait at the precipice of that hole and chop anybody down that's coming out.
Sure, I'd say they're climbing up now. You can make an attack on one of them.
All right, well, go for it. I rolled a 2.
Okay, you miss. you chop it like.
Trying to not fall in a little bit.
And yeah, now he's going to take his musket and aim it up at you. So, who's next? Silvers is next.
Silvers is next, but my head ringer went off, so I have to roll my d6.
Oh, yeah.
I got a 1 on it, which I think means I lose that turn.
Yeah, was that from an injury, right?
Yep. I've been beating it all game. This is the first time I've triggered it.
Oh, whenever you're in combat.
Yeah, every round of combat that I'm in.
Yeah, that's going way back, that one.
Yeah, jeez, it's been a long time. I forgot about it. What's it called? Nervous system damage? Is that the one? No. Stupidity. Yeah, that's the one.
Stupidity.
So you roll a 1, that indicates that you'll suffer a problem, so you roll it again, yeah? And rolled a 1.
Yep. Rolled another 1, correct.
It means you hesitate and fall to initiative 1. So you still get to act this round, but not until the end.
Okay, I got you.
Next is Dom.
Is there any way to get to the second in command without going through the army of 8?
No. The army of 8 will be upon you. Oh, no, I'm going to say it's
Can
going
I
to
like back skirt and go towards the water and avoid them?
Not towards the water. They're between you and the water. You can kind of try to skirt around, but it'll take you time.
I'll skirt around then.
Start distancing yourself from the others, no problem.
But I am trying to go after the boat before it gets too far out.
Fair enough. Okay. Then next is Dutch.
So does Dutch, if Dutch
Yeah,
sees a head pop up over the side, he'd shoot, but if it looks like it's too close to Hawkins, he'll give up his aim and he'll bring over to bear on the other group of Marines.
The 8 that are charging?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
yeah,
if it looks like he might hit Hawkins, he'll give up the +2 and he'll just go and shoot at the charging men.
No, you can shoot one of the other gunmen. They're not all coming up in the same spot, so you can shoot one of them.
Yeah, I'll try to split one of their wigs.
Go for it.
12, 14, 15.
That's going to hit.
So 18 altogether. Cool.
Yep.
And a 5, but I'll check misfire real quick. Cool, no misfire. 5 damage.
Cool, you drop one of them.
Excellent.
He falls back down to the hole. Now, to the bad guys. So there were 6 gunmen, now there's only 5. One of which is definitely shooting at Hawkins, since he was standing right over him. But he misses. Then the other 4, as they come up, let's see. I'll just roll randomly to determine target. That's what I'll do. So there are still 4 of you that are a threat. Why do I not have any D4s? No, there we go. Okay, here we go. So this one fires at Hawkins and hits for... Oh, he misfires. Back. He points his musket right at your face, Hawkins, and pulls the trigger, and it goes... And nothing happens. I rolled a 1 on his misfire. Next one fires at Hawkins again. It's going to be a 12, though. I think that's going to miss you, right? You're 13 armor class?
It is now with this red coat on you.
Yep. So it's just like, hits part of your coat or something, but it doesn't get you. Next one fumbles, also shooting at Hawkins. Jesus Christ, they like shooting at you. His fumble is going to be... Come on. Natural ones, 27 on the chart. Your mount or the next mount you possess will die of illness in 1d 3 days. Wow, that sucks. And the 4th and final one that still has a loaded musket fires. And rolls another natural 1. This time it was shooting at Dom. God damn, my dice are bad. This combat is worth 0 XP for their party. Yeah, no big deal. Okay, cool. Then there's the 8 swordsmen. But they take 2 rounds to get to you guys. 2 of them will be kind of branching off, though, to try to pursue Dom, because they can see what he's trying to do. The other 6 kind of, basically 2 charge towards each of you. Okay, initiative.
I'm still on the end with my one.
You're on the end, that's right. I forgot you got bumped up. So on 1, you get to act.
Yeah, how wide are they branched apart?
The 8 men with the swords?
Yeah.
Not very wide at all, really. Well, except for 2 of them that have kind of split off a little bit. So 6 of them are in a group.
Yeah, I'll try to hit those 6 with miasma.
Okay. This is your second final miasma.
And I rolled a 6 on it.
Okay, what's a 6 do? A 6. The stench of chaos requires all within to save or go berserk, attacking randomly any within reach. Oh my goodness. Okay, saving throws. Fail. Wow, that's really rolling. Partial fail. 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 Partial fail. And partial fail. So they all, so 3 of them had partial fails, and they will just be kind of like momentarily stunned and not sure what to do. The other 3 go berserk and start attacking each other. So they start fighting each other, since they're closer to each other than they are to you. Okay, and then the other 2 are moving towards Dom. That's it for that round. Now it's to the next round. And I see you already rolled. Did you all roll initiative? Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. So, bad guys on 4. So first is Silvers again.
Yeah, so Silvers is going to try to wing a Maleficence at the 2 going for Dom if I can.
Yep, go for it. You can hit them both with it, so I guess I have to roll their saving throw, don't I?
Yes.
Total failures, so that guy... Both total failures. Wow.
I did 6 damage.
Yep, you fry them both. The 3 berserk Marines dispatched the 3 stunned Marines, so now there's only 3 left standing there. The other 6 that were coming up out of the hole will be drawing their sabers, though, and all looking probably at Hawkins since he's right next to them. Who's next? It's Dom.
Can I make it to the guys at the boat at this time?
You can run towards them. Yes, you'll be able to get to them.
Can I do an action or speak?
Yeah, you can. They're
I'll
pushing
draw.
the first.
I'll draw my pistol, and I'm going to try to, I guess, use leadership or. But basically, I'm going to do. I'm going to tell them to surrender to us. That we have your men. The Silver Devil is taking over. You can live or die. It's up to you. And I'll draw my pistol and point it at him.
Roll leadership.
Okay. I rolled 4 plus 2 is 6.
Okay.
And if I need higher, I can always use luck.
No, he will. He'll say, "All right, stop, man, stop." Then he will call out in order for the men to stop fighting, to surrender.
You will take us to your ship if you want to be captain of it still.
What are your terms? We take you to our ship. You let me maintain control.
Well, you have 3 ships. We'll give you one of them. We won't kill you.
They're 3 boats. 3 boats. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, 3 boats, not ship. So it's only 1 ship.
It's only 1 ship. Yeah, they're 3
Well, we
boats.
won't kill you and your people right now. You notice that over there is my Captain Silvers, the evil one himself.
And he'd also see Dutch just tearing the weapon belt off of Captain Lin, and he's just matter-of-factly putting it around himself and brandishing her weapon and looking at it as the melee seems to be going down from this man's call.
Yeah, the 3 berserk soldiers will still basically kill each other off, but let's see. Those other 2 were taken out by the miasma. So who's left? There's just 5 guys left from the pit, basically. Yeah.
I think so.
So they're surrendering. They're coming back out, kind of with their hands up or whatever,
Dom will also use his Dutch as kind of grabbing the belt of the old captain, and that's Dutch. He's going to eat your captain if Silvers doesn't control him.
Dutch is waving.
Anybody want to see to Ronald? Poor Ronald's on the ground with an icicle slowly melting, piercing his chest.
Yeah, Dom forgot about Ronald. He saw that, was like, wow, and then forgot about her, or him.
Dutch would produce a bandana and quickly apply it to the wound. But he's not a man of medicine.
Right. Roll a d6 for me there, Dutch.
Okay. You're going to make me kill her.
No.
2.
That's already been determined. The 2, okay, no.
I'll kill you.
I was just wondering if you might discover his secret or not.
Oh,
you don't. You don't. You're just pressing the bandana into the big puncture hole in his sternum.
Excellent.
Okay. You can stop the bleeding, though. He's going to survive. He's just going to need some healing. Okay. So, what do you
Dom
want to do
will
with this guy now? He's surrendered to you. You've got him
Dom
and
will call
two
over
sailors and 5 Marines.
Dom will call to Silvers and everybody else if they'd gather, and we can hash out a deal, form a contract.
Well, my crew aboard. Oh, yeah, I gotta give this ship a name. Anybody got a cool name? The Vigilance, we'll call it.
Cool.
That's
My
good.
crew aboard the Vigilance will have heard the musket fire. They will know. They may even be watching now through glasses.
But you, being their great leader, or now soon to be captain, could say that Silvers, the evil one, has possessed your captain, and you could come up with a great lie to save your people and to save yourself.
And
I
what
promise
exactly
you,
do
I
you
will
want
not
out of
kill.
this?
We need a ride.
So we take you aboard as survivors from the attack,
Yes.
and we blame all this on the evil devil Silvers and his crew.
Yes.
As Silvers is hobbling up, he'll say,
I have ways, Dom, to make sure he honors his agreement.
Dom will look a little shocked.
Yeah.
Inferno ways.
Oh man, are you gonna put a covenant on this guy?
maybe. I don't have a spell slot, though, so it's risky.
Did you use all your spell slots?
I did, yeah.
No, did you? You did 2? Oh, you did 2
You've got
miasmas
one
and
rock speed, don't you?
No, you did
One
2
rock-
miasmas and 2. Did you do 2 malevolences?
I did 1 Maleficence, 1 Rock Speak, 2 Miasma.
He may
Oh,
just
yeah, you
believe whatever the
yeah.
Snake Man tells him. You might not need to
True,
spell
too.
to scare
True,
them.
too. Do you want to try to do that? Just try to convince him that you do a spell, even if you don't.
I do, and I'm gonna threaten him.
It might work.
I'm gonna move my hands around and say some stuff, and after it's over, I'll stop and bow, and I'll say,
Look at me good. Look at how poor of health I'm in, and how easily I dispatched over 100 men. Do you want to mess with me?
No, I don't. Hang on a second, guys. Can you hear me? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
having network issues, it said. Okay. So he says, no, I don't. So we take you back to NASA, is that, and then let you go?
Dom will look at Silvers on what he wants to do. If Silvers doesn't say anything, he'll continue his lying.
Silvers will nod to you, giving you permission to barter the deal as the quartermaster.
That sounds quite healthy, but let us get aboard and let you give your speech. I, being an English gentleman, will be and a medic, will be there to help you, to encourage you to speak truthfully. Yes?
Okay. So, yeah, he's convinced he'll do it. He doesn't want to die. And he has seen the terror you have wrought upon this island. Even
Dom
though
will
this
look,
isn't actually Crooked Island, this is the other one, but yeah, whatever.
Silvers will look at him as he nods in agreement and say,
Good. Good.
Fucking creepy.
And I suppose Dutch will he'll prepare. We probably only need 1 boat for everybody now. Don't need all 3.
Yeah.
um,
Well,
He'll sort
no.
of prepare it to
Still
shove
got-
off at least.
No, because he's still got 8 of them, plus you. No, take 2 boats.
Well,
Dom will say
yeah,
we
he'll-
should split up our people.
Hmm.
Make sure we cover all the survivors to make sure they do not signal their friends. Also, we should grab the body of their captain to add to our ruse.
Hmm. The demon voice will finally speak up again from within you, Silvers, and say, "You should kill as many of them as you can. Too many mouths can't keep secrets."
Silvers will say,
Silence, demon. There will be a time when you and I will work together, for I am starting to see things your way.
It is not wise to leave so many of them alive.
Silvers will like spit and like balk with his head and say,
Do you think I do not know this, demon?
You have made mistakes before. The girl, you should leave her as well.
Silvers considers and he strokes his chin.
No. I make the decisions. You belong to me.
At this point, like the first mate and the remaining soldiers are just like, what the fuck is going on? They hear you arguing with yourself, like in two different voices. And like, yeah.
Dommel, when they're looking at Dommel, says, "Just consider yourself lucky." What is your name again? To the second.
Oh, what was his name? Hold on, I'll tell you. I have it here.
Nathan Morris.
No, Nathan Morris was one of your guys. This
Okay,
guy's
damn it.
name, Anthony Newman.
Just consider yourself lucky, Master Newman. I deal with this every day. Remember, Dutch and Silvers are hungry, and he pats the captain's dead body as we're bringing her onto the rowboats.
Hmm.
Your men would make a fine treat if you do not play the game with us. Remember, we have a deal, and one should never break a deal with a Spaniard.
Yes, of course. We'll get you back to Nassau. Once there, you can get off my ship and go about your way. I will never speak of this to anyone. And you see, he gets kind of thoughtful. And he says, "May I speak to you in private for a moment?"
Is he asking Dom or Silvers?
Well, he's asking you, Dom. He doesn't really want to talk to Silvers.
Nobody wants to talk to him. Dom, of course. I'm a man of business.
Walk with me. He
He'll
starts
walk
to walk
over.
up the beach a little bit. He says, "Listen, I think we both want the same thing here. The crazy one back there is right, though. I've still got 7 men there. Every single one of them knows our secret."
Shall we blame more stuff on Silvers? I have no problem blaming my captain for many, many atrocities. Have you ever thought of becoming a pirate? And then he'll drop a bag full of silver down. It pays very well.
I say we send them back into the hole to retrieve Captain Armstrong's body. We can finish him off there out of line of sight from the ship.
You are the captain of these men.
And he'll turn to start walking back. And he'll bark the order for the men to go down and retrieve Armstrong's body.
Silvers is going to look around to the crew and say,
Does anybody have a silver piece?
I have a silver blade, but no coins.
While Dom is doing this, he'll flip him one. Dutch and Hawkins will need your assistance. Here you go, boss. He'll flip him a coin.
Silvers will grab the piece of 8 and he'll go,
For you, first mate.
and I'll walk forward and hand it out with like a quaking hand and say,
1 piece of silver 8 for passage to the island, as the quartermaster said.
I like it. I know what you did there. Okay. He takes it.
And then we'll dispatch his men.
Yeah, you can do so pretty quickly and easily because it's just an ambush. And then he'll take you aboard the Vigilance. which is an English flag galleon. Like I said, it's a 40-gun ship. It normally has a crew of up to 250 people. I'm going to say there's only, well, you've just freaking wiped out a good lot, and I would say there's a little less than 200 people aboard. It's probably sitting around, I'm going to say right now, I'm going to say there's 182 crew, including the captain here. Okay. So there's plenty of beds and room for all of you. What was this captain's name again? I said it was Anthony Newman. Okay.
Yeah, just to let it be known, the first thing I'm going to do on that ship is look for that witch's spellbook.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you talk to the captain, you'll be able to find it for sure. Since it's going to be in what's going to be his room now. Okay.
Yes.
And that's how you guys got off of Acklins Island and onto the HMS Vigilance.
Hell yeah.
All right. I think we'll end the session there. So
Cool.
thanks
Awesome
for
game.
playing.
I gotta say, what's up with all the captains in this game being turned into monsters?
Don't know, man. I don't know. Well, Silvers was always kind of a little bit of a monster, wasn't he?
Now he's an actual monster.
Oh, should we do experience points?
Is that a permanent thing too, by the way, the lizard skin fork tongue thing?
Yeah.
I'm going to have his voice slowly get back to more normal voice, but with a hint of the rasp still in it,
Gotcha.
as he learns to master it.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. So who all had rum today?
I got into a little bit of that old dark rum today.
I had part of the second half. I got some rum.
I did some rum chata.
No rum for me.
Everybody but Troy. Okay. So let's see, what else would I do here for your experience? Okay, creating some. Well, I think you guys all did a pretty awesome job for the game, so I'm going to give you that bonus there. Defying Death, that's going to go to Ronald. So.
I got runner-up.
Do I get defying death because I went unconscious, or does that have to be damage knocking you unconscious?
No, it has to be like you technically died, but didn't, you know.
And Andrew gets the
Cool.
intro. For the review bonus.
Oh yeah.
I'll do the intro for the next game.
Cool.
Since I haven't done it yet.
Cool. Okay, and then also for general experience for the game and the combat and stuff, I'll give another there. So okay, so that's what we're looking at as a base. Okay, so for Justin,
Yep.
you got 2,000 experience points.
Awesome.
For Clay, also 2,000 experience points.
Cool.
Andrew, 2,200 experience points. Micah, 2,500 experience points.
I level up.
Nice.
And Troy gets
1,500.
No, I'm going to give you 2,000. Even.
All right.
Is that Captain Lynn's blade? Is that like a saber?
Yep, it is. It's a nice quality saber.
Cool. Got myself a new lady's blade.
It's I think what is I think swords usually like 15 silver pieces or something, don't they? Let's see here. Oh, 50 silver pieces generally for like a medium weapon. No, 20 silver pieces city, 50 silver piece rural. It's just like 20 silver pieces. So going to say it's worth 200 silver pieces.
Just because it's ornate and well made.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
200.
Same with the one that you got, Troy.
Cool.
Okay. Any other? Well, yeah, you got the 715 silver pieces and stuff from.
I want my hat back.
Oh yeah.
You can have it back anytime.
When I wake up.
You, Hawkins can keep the silver dagger if you want. If you roll a d10 because it's so flimsy, it might break. I was rolling those when I only hit twice.
I have a regular dagger. It's fine. I don't
Okay.
know if we're facing werewolves and shit.
Cool.
My character wouldn't know anything about such things.
I'm going to just stop the broadcast now that we've done all the experience stuff. So.